into my life, did you feel us? Another start, you fade away. I fade our aim is out of sight. Wanna see us alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in a fantasy? Where are you now? Were you only imaginary? Where are you now? Atlantis, under the sea, under the sea. Where are you now? Another dream. The moon's just shining right inside of me. I'm faded. I'm faded. So lost. I'm faded. I'm faded. So lost. I'm faded. Where are you now? Where are you now? Under his light, but faded lights, you set your heart on fire. Where are you now? Where are you now? Under the bright, but faded lights, you set your heart on fire. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Atlantis, under the sea, under the sea. Where are you now? Another dream. The moon's just shining right inside of me. I'm faded. I'm faded. So lost. I'm faded. I'm faded. So lost. I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way into the auditorium. We're about to start the program. Thank you.
Human sign when things go wrong, when the scent of her lingers and temptation strong, cold, cold heart done by you. Something's looking better, baby. Just pass it through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man I think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. And this is what I should have said. Well, I thought it, but I kept it. Cold, cold heart done by you. Something's looking better, baby. Just pass it through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man I think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. And this is what I should have said. Well, I thought it, but I kept it. Cold, cold heart done by you. Something's looking better, baby. Just pass it through. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And it's actually so lovely to hear the networking going on and everyone talking to each other. It has been quite a while since the association has seen our members, and it's really good to see you again. We have a great line up today, and we would really like to welcome all of our members for attending, all of our non-members, all of our stakeholders, and all of our guests as well. A sincere thank you for taking the time out of your busy day and joining us. Regtig baie dankie dat julle gekom het van ver af, gevlieg het, ver gery het, just to spend the day with us. We really have with regards to a session that we've held, the last workshop, March 2020. It was sleeve session. I can hear my sound is not great. Maybe Marshall, you must just come and change this. Maybe I can continue like this. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so the last session we had was in March 2020, where we had our short sleeve session. It was really an interesting session, also working a lot with our members, having a really operational agenda. And today we thought, let's do the same. It was a really good information session. And I think with all of the changes taking place in the industry, it's really what we want to do. We are doing this hybrid, so there's people that is on the screen, and then there's also people that's here face to face. So we are now going to switch over just to Zoom. So everyone just give us a wave if you can switch on your cameras if you are there. Thank you so much for joining us. I can see some familiar names there. Hannes, Johnny, Safina, Johan, Helga, Nicola. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. This session will also be recorded, so after everything has been said and done, you can also download the recording and send it to your staff members. The restrooms are at the back. Cell phones on silent, please. The emergency exits are there at the back. There is a dedicated smoking section outside. And if you have any questions that you would like to pose to the association or to the speakers, but you would not want to shout it out loud, you can send it to 078-393-3300. We will have one comfort break followed by a lunch, and then nice networking with some alcoholic drinks and some live music with a nice networking lunch. We are making use of the Zoom platform. If the Zoom delegates have any questions, they can just post it in the chat box. Load shedding is an issue, so if there is something that goes on and off, just make sure that your connectivity is okay again. And if you guys sit in the dark, we will quickly lighten up your lives again. Like I said, the recording will be made available, and please ensure that everyone is on mute. Our sponsors are crucial to the association. For this event, our sponsors are Amplifin, Experian, Micromax, SureCard, Akpas, RealPay, YouVerify, Altron, CPB Groups are us, and Sure Systems. And we really want to thank them for not only their financial contribution, but also the contribution that they are making towards the industry. Dis regtig 'n geval waar as ek moeilikheid het, I pick up the phone and I phone a service provider and they assist me, guys. They've got solutions for this industry that we can really be proud of. This is our program. I will be doing a short presentation on the MFSA. We've got Marius Jonker presenting on debt collection. Then we've got Advocate Jan Augustijn from FIC. We also have low value debits, Andre Strydom, that will be presenting on debit check and all of the changes in the payment systems. Then we have a whole session dedicated to the National Credit Regulator. Solile is here. We've got a panel discussion on debt counseling. We've got Takalani here, we've got Leanne here, talking about registrations, compliance, and investigations. So this is going to be our last session, and after that, you can network with the NCR as well. So let's start with my presentation. I just want to give you an update about the association and what we are busy with. We are the trusted voice of the microfinancier, and that's definitely something that we would like to maintain and that we would like to do. We want our members to trust the association, and everything that we do, our guidance has to be trusted. We want to promote the interest of our members through advocacy, interaction, and development. Development is the same as what we are doing today, developing our members, developing the society, developing the industry, and also the development of the consumers. Sustainability is key, volhoubaarheid. We want to make sure it is a sustainable industry that continues long until we've actually exited and retired the market. Our values are professionalism, ethical, and client care. We want to be ethical in everything that we do. When we interact with the regulator, they must see MFSA logos and MFSA members as ethical credit providers. That is very important for the association. That's why we are introducing collaborations with the Ombud, with all of the other associations, with FIC, to make sure that our members are known as being ethical. Our strategic focus areas are advocacy, governance and leadership, operational efficiency, our members, and a consumer-centric approach. This is our office bearers. Our chairperson at this stage is Paki Mpashlele. Mariette Ichner is our vice chairperson, Naresh Gopichand, our treasurer, and Sophie Cleovilo, also our vice chairperson. And they're actually sitting there next to each other evaluating me. So that's very stressful feeling. Our other board of directors is David Hong, Israel Noko, Benny Opperman, Mark Seymour, Okkert Steenkamp, and Henny Ferreira. The majority of our board members are here today, and we really also want to thank them for their dedicated work because they do not get a board salary. Our MFSA team is Henny Ferreira, our CEO, sitting in front here. I'm the general manager. Doreen is the accountant. Kirsten is the administrative officer, and Sunay is our operations officer. And then we also appointed a new manager sitting in front here. Miranda, she's going to be the operations manager of the association, assisting us with communications, membership recruitment, and also a lot of marketing. So welcome, Miranda. Right. So we are in a transition process. I think a transition is always difficult. We've appointed a new manager, and then Henny will also be retiring at the beginning of October, where I will be taking over from Henny. So new manager, new faces, new leadership, but definitely something the team is looking forward to. And I think we want to maintain the trusted voice of the reputable microfinancier to ensure we have a sustainable microfinance industry. Our representation in the industry is quite big. So this is where we have our relationships, and it's something that I'm really building on now. NCR, Bank CETA, PSSF, FSTC, PIB, NISC, CIF, and all of these acronyms sound foreign. But these are the acronyms that we associate with ourselves, and the majority of that focuses on compliance, specifically with the National Credit Regulator, with payment systems, and with training. And all of these faces that I'm showing you today is faces that I work with on a daily basis, and they are actually in the room. So the NCR, we've got great relationships with the executive team. They've got a new top 3 executive. We've had meetings with the new executive team, and we really do have good communications. They've got a new compliance manager, Takalani, that will be presenting today. We have been working with Zolide for quite a while, and then there's also Leanne, their new investigations manager. Then we have Daryl, Mahota, and Andrea from Sacram that focuses a lot on data and also talking to the IFC on how we can actually make data and data submissions easier for our members. Bank CETA, there I'm on the Bank CETA board where we actually negotiate for our members to see what we can do to develop training for our members and in this industry. We work there with Sean Starr, with Christine Fritz, and with their new CEO, Hubert Mashibani. And that we also do on an ongoing basis. With the Credit Ombud, we work with Howard Gabriels. He is currently the Ombud at the Credit Ombud. Avita is here today, Lee and his colleague Cabello as well. And they also provide us with collaboration opportunities to see how we can focus on being consumer-centric. Henny does his representation specifically in the payment systems, the national payment systems, also at NISC, the National Industry Steering Committee, where both of us sit, and the banks and the retailers and everyone comes together and we decide on the future of the industry. Where are we going? What's changing in credit, and what is important for us. We work with a number of stakeholders that's not necessarily formal relationships, but a lot of informal relationships that works really well for the association. And then everything is dependent on our service providers. Like I said, they assist the association a lot with guidance and information. Our members is our key. Die lede is alles vir ons. If it wasn't for the members, we wouldn't have an association. And I think one of the most important areas that I would be focusing is for us not to be removed from our members. We have to know what is your concerns in the industry in order for us to advocate on your behalf. So it's very important that you do contact the association with everything you have concerns with. This is currently our membership statistics, and there has been some growth in our membership, but it remains quite stagnant. There isn't a lot of new entrants that stays. Usually what we are seeing is new one-man shows joins the association. When they see the cost of compliance and the compliance implications, they actually just exit the market or they become illegal credit providers. We are once again seeing some consolidation taking place. We are seeing bigger guys buying up smaller members, so that's still taking place. But what's very interesting for me is last year, there was more than 1,000 new registrants for the National Credit Regulator. Now, we could see in our membership base smaller guys coming in, but literally when we said compliance with FIC, copy, NCR, they are like, no, we just can't do this. So there has to be a way in which we can get these guys to stay in the industry, remain professional and legal, and guide them. So this is definitely where we are talking with the National Credit Regulator to see what can we do to assist these smaller credit providers. There were some changes, getting in new members with our pilot program, resignation of smaller members, growth in the bigger members, consolidation, and then we also had our membership fee increase. And then there's still the free riders. So there's the guys not registered with the association, but some of them for good reason. And I want to know what that reason is, because I feel that we can definitely make a change in our value proposition. And what the association is offering you now is much better than what it was a couple of years ago. So I will definitely be focusing on the free riders, the guys that's not registered with the association, and not for the benefit of the money, but for the benefit of the voice. Because the more members we have, the stronger our voice is. If we do representation in Parliament, they must know we represent 2,000 microfinanciers, big and small. So guys, if you know of anyone that you feel can benefit of the association, please let them contact us. So we have a number of industry engagement sessions so far, stakeholder introductions, focus groups on load shedding and how it's affecting our members, research that we are doing with the DTIC on the National Credit Act and what changes possibly should take place, our engagement with the Banking Association of South Africa, and also weekly engagement with the NCR on compliance. Me and Henny had more than 640 meetings the past year, focusing a lot on representation. And I can tell you the majority of my meetings is with the NCR. If it's in the subcommittees, if it's focusing on debt counseling, if it's talking to the individual departments, my relationship with the NCR is really good. And I think that's also the reason that they joined today. And we really like to assist each other to see where we can help each other. We have a number of outreach programs this year. It's only one hybrid one that we're doing. That's today. And then we have a number of digital sessions and also pre-recordings. So what we are launching now is our compliance guideline pre-recordings. And we see this almost as a form of training. So when you get in a new staff member, please make sure that you do download our pre-recordings on the training sessions and on compliance, and make sure that you play it to your staff members. It's basic stuff: how to calculate an affordability, how to calculate the rates and fees, how to fill in your NCR documentation. Because the problems we are seeing in compliance is the basics. The guys are struggling with the basics. And for me, it's back to basics. Let's get the basics right so we can advocate for the other stuff. We also launched our compliance newsletter, which was very interesting. A couple of very interesting engagements by legal advisors and other service providers commenting on certain issues within the industry. So make sure if you haven't read the compliance newsletter that you do. The next one that we will be launching is our legal newsletter. So there we have attorneys providing legal opinions on certain aspects in the industry that's not clear. So these are benefits that's only for members, and we really want you to learn from this. And if there's questions or uncertainties, please make sure that you do contact us. Like I said, statutory reporting was the first compliance pre-recording that we did issue. Now that is reporting on your NCR documentations with templates to assist you, with annexures to assist you, because we can see our members are struggling with that. Then we are also going to have an information session on your workplace skills plan. So usually that was a digital session, and we told you how to submit your WSP. This year, we are going to sit in focus groups, and we're going to do it with you. So we are going to say, log on, get all of your staff's information, and let's start submitting. Because as soon as you submit, you can have access to free training. There's a number of service providers here offering great training for our members that can be free if we submit that document. So more information will be shared. If you want to attend those sessions face-to-face, where the bank seater will be sitting with you and guiding you on this, please let us know. We also have smaller outreach sessions. We had one in Bloemfontein, where we talk to key stakeholders, key members, and find out what the issues in the industry are. Issues and challenges is compliance, payments, data, legal interpretation, service fees, debt counseling, debt collection, POPI, and FIC, just to name a few. Then there's still load shedding coming in, how it's affecting our members, how it's affecting everything that they do. So this is some of the challenges that the MFSA has identified that we will be working on. The elections are coming up. That is a reality. And usually when the elections are coming up, they start touching on our members again, touching on our industry again. They are talking about the debt intervention, what's going to happen there. And the association is definitely looking at what's happening in the political atmosphere and how we are going to approach that. At this stage, we want our members to do the basics right and to remain compliant, professional, to remain a sustainable industry. It's very important for us to specifically now remain compliant. We haven't changed our minister at this stage, so the minister remains the same. At this stage, he is doing research on the National Credit Act and possible changes that should be made. I think we had great discussions with the NCR on tiered regulation. Why is it that microfinanciers with smaller risks should have the same regulations as that of a bank? So that's something that I would definitely like to address. Kenya, Uganda, all of the other countries in Africa have a form of tiered regulation, and that's something that I think the association should look at. Our relationship with the Ombud, I think it's very important for members to belong to the Credit Ombud. This is a way in which you can get your queries and your questions from consumers escalated to the Credit Ombud directly before it goes to the NCR. And let's be honest, Zolile, no offense, but nobody wants to be on the radar of the NCR. So the Credit Ombud is there to assist our members. They've got a nominal fee to assist our members and to provide us with guidance. They also provide us with statistics on where our members are non-compliant to make sure that we address it with our members. So if you are not a Credit Ombud member, please let us know. We are also exploring the option of all of our members that's registered with the association to be registered with the Credit Ombud as well. Then payments, we will be having a good presentation by Andre on his on the PIB, all of the payment systems and where we are going, but MFSA continues to participate. We also had a visit at BankServe that was really good for the association to see what they do specifically with regards to payment systems. Then NCR, like I stated, we have a good relationship with registrations, compliance and investigations, and we do continue to collaborate with them on a daily basis. Magota is known to our industry. She's now part of SACRA, and we're also having discussions with the IFC and the NCR specifically on data submissions. So what we are seeing here is Some of our members, specifically the smaller ones, are finding it difficult to submit data or not submitting the right data or all of their data. So what you are seeing on your credit bureau is only about 70% accurate. So we have to get to the problem now is why are these credit providers not submitting? So a number of them said it's too difficult, it's too expensive, they don't know how. So we are also talking to the IFC and the NCR to see what is the resolution here. How can we get these smaller guys to submit data on a more affordable and easier way? So what are we planning for 2023? It's a busy year. We want to do a FIC manual, like we are launching our other manual today. We want to provide our members with assistance on Poppy, got our digital sessions, our workshops, our compliance pre-recordings, and also our WSP guideline info sessions. But your inputs are very important. We want information from you in order to guide us to see what is the problems within the industry, and we want you to engage with us. We are uniquely positioned with our insights, our networks, everything that we get from our stakeholders and also from our members, and this allows us to serve our members better. So the more information you give us, the better we can serve you. We want to make our voice heard out there. It's not for the MFSA, we're a not-for-profit organization, but the more members we represent, the stronger our voice is. At this stage, we really do need a strong voice to make sure that we are heard. But we want to close the gaps. There's certain gaps, specifically with regards to compliance, that we are seeing that our members are struggling with, and we want to assist you with that. Being part of the MFSA community is a mindset. Being part of being compliant, sustainable, and professional is a mindset. And everyone that's associated with the association has the same mindset. But we must not be removed from our members. We must stay in contact with our members to make sure that we know what the on-the-ground issues are. We want to deliver excellence, not mediocrity, and we want to be the one that acts with greater intensity and drives accountability. At the end of the day, you are the credit provider. You have to be accountable. But let's see how we can assist you with that. We will continue to show up as the leaders. If our members has problems, we will never shy away from everything, even if you did make mistakes. Because I see that. Our members make mistakes. We mustn't hide. We must act immediately and assist our members to make sure that we do everything right. We are literally so energized about this year, our new team, everything that we are doing, and we cannot wait to serve our members better. So we are definitely building for growth. Growth in every aspect of the association and the industry. Our members, compliance, for you guys to make more money, because you shouldn't be ashamed of that. We are here to make money, not friends. So guys, let's take this year, let's do what we have to do, get back to the basics, and let's build for growth. Great, so that's the MFSA side of the presentation. Thank you. Up next, we will have Marius Jonker as our presenter, and while he's coming up, we will listen to a video of ACPAS. Thank you so much, ACPAS. They are also going to entertain you a lot today, and they are really big supporters of the association. Next up, Marius Jonk. He's really good he's this Debt Collections Association. Marius, we have known for quite a while. He's got an LLB degree, so he's very knowledgeable. Doesn't give me a lot of free legal advice. So he's an attorney with the right of appearance in the High Court, and he has also been on the ADRA Board of Directors since 2005. Welcome, Marius.
Thank you, Leonie. Thank you. Just for clarity, I'm not practicing at the moment, so I don't have right of appearance anywhere. I'm a full-time employee of ADRA. Thank you, Leonie, Henny, and the team. It's always nice to participate in MFSA events, seeing that our business interests are directly linked. Debt recovery is an extension of all of your businesses. And especially from a compliance perspective, it's time that we consider our interaction and our compliance drive as a partnership between credit providers and your debt collection practitioner, or credit providers and the debt recovery practitioners. The reason I say that it has become a true partnership is, in the past, credit providers generally, or most businesses, saw legal compliance as something they do internally. And where they contract work out or interact with other partners, each does their own compliance in their little independent silos. Whereas compliance has become a true partnership, because your obligation in compliance and as well as your risk endures irrespective of who performs those actions. And the credit provider cannot shift liability to whomever he contracts work out. Ultimately, the responsibility and accountability remains with the credit provider as well. So for as long as that debt or that obligation endures, which now goes way beyond the actual lifespan of the account. For example, in the National Credit Act and in POPI, there's data compliance issues which goes way beyond the settlement of the account. So your relationship with a debt collection practitioner continues for that period. So it is critical that we view compliance as a partnership and an enduring partnership. Unfortunately, still companies see it as each doing their own thing and each taking responsibility for their own action. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that anymore. Just to give you an idea of how compliance also overlaps, ADRA has quite an extensive complaints process where we receive several hundred complaints every year. The majority of the complaints we don't register on our side as disciplinary matters or mediation matters. It is predominantly education matters where there's just ignorance, where it's just information shared with consumers and there's no actual complaint or disciplinary process that follows. But in the processes they do follow, where there are investigations required and mediation required, in the majority of the cases that complaints that are laid with ADRA, the complaint actually relates to the history of that matter. Prior to the recovery process, prior to an account being handed over to a debt collection practitioner. And to a certain extent, I believe it comes from a culture of non-payment. It also comes from consumers being in financial distress and difficulty, and naturally they then look for excuses. So when a matter is handed over to a debt collection practitioner, it is not uncommon, it's actually very common for consumer then to raise every possible compliance complaint in the past of what happened in the past. But ADRA manages those complaints. And over the past 5 years, we've managed to resolve each and every complaint without exception. Complaints are resolved in average within 6 days. And on finalization of a complaint, we request written confirmation from both the credit provider or the debt collector, whoever is involved, and the consumer to see whether the complaint is resolved to the satisfaction of both. So in this regard, we request that you cooperate with your debt recovery practitioner partner. Where there are complaints, and it happens on a daily basis, and you are requested for information, please assist. ADRA has no jurisdiction over a credit provider. There are a number of you that are also registered who has dual registration, both as credit provider and as debt collector, and we only have jurisdiction on the debt collection part. So the majority of you, we don't have any jurisdiction on whatsoever, but please cooperate. It is in your best interest. We manage these complaints more in a mediation fashion, and as I say, we've managed to resolve each and every complaint. So see it as a benefit to yourself to contract with an ADRA accredited debt collector. Okay, then on specific compliance issues, ADRA has embarked on a process to develop a debt recovery industry POPI code of conduct. So effectively what that means is if the code is ultimately adopted by the information regulator, that will regulate how debt collectors will set the minimum standard how debt collectors should or must deal with data protection and the conditions of data processing. All debt collectors registered with the council will be bound by that code. We don't do it only for ADRA members. We do it for the entire industry. It will also bind, at this stage, this is the idea, that it will bind a credit provider that is dual registration. It's registered as a credit provider under the NCA with the NCR, but also as a debt collector with the Council for Debt Collectors. That is an insistence from the council, and we agree with it so that we can create an even playing field. The idea is also that the industry regulator, the Council for Debt Collectors, then be appointed as the enforcement agent under this code, so that all enforcement related to debt collection is centralized in one place. That is not fragmented between different regulators. It will also bind law firms with dual registration, where they registered with a legal practice council as well as with a council for debt collectors. And it also binds book buyers, where a company purchases a debtor's book to then afterwards recover those accounts for their own benefit. So it is effectively the entire debt collection industry. There will be a comprehensive consultation process to follow. We are aiming at having a draft completed for circulation by the end of April. We adjusted. It was originally the end of March. We're now looking at the end of April to have a final draft ready for circulation. And we will consult with the MFSA on it. We're already in communication and have been for some time with Henny and Leonie, and they're well aware of where we're heading with this code. The objectives of the code, we have various objectives, but just want to highlight the two most important objectives. The current situation we have is that the debt collection industry is a downstream service provider to the entire credit industry, not only credit providers, but from credit providers, municipalities, government departments, healthcare, education, telcos, whoever. And in that process, they process obviously data of data subjects of all these various creditors. And each creditor has their own view of POPI, and they try and enforce their own POPI compliance regime. And it makes it absolutely impossible for the debt collection industry to have, for each client, have a separate compliance regime. It is very frustrating, it's impossible in fact. So that is one of our main objectives, that we can present an acceptable code of conduct which gives the credit industry, and I'm talking about the wider credit industry, the comfort that they have the necessary legal protection if they comply with these minimum standards. Also, a very important objective is consumer transparency and education. We already see within ADRA, the majority of complaints includes a POPI compliance aspect or touches on it. Even if a consumer does not realize it. If you read the complaints, there's always an aspect of POPI compliance. You know, why do you have my data? Why do you phone me? Where did you get the telephone number? Etc., etc. Or why do you take an order and serve it on my employer? You're not supposed to know who my employer is. There's always a POPI angle to every complaint as well. So transparency to consumers and education is critical. For that reason as well, we've instructed a consulting firm to do the drafting for us, and the drafting is done in so-called plain language. It is not in complex legalese, because no consumer can understand POPI. If they read the Act, they will not understand the Act. I think most of us sitting here have problems interpreting the Act. So it will not be written in legalese, it will be drafted in plain, understandable language. One of the things that creates a lot of confusion is in your interaction as credit provider with a debt recovery practitioner, there's a lot of confusion as to what the status of the debt recovery practitioner is. Is he a co-responsible party with you? Credit provider will always in this instance be a responsible party, or is the debt recovery practitioner only an operator? It will probably be in the credit provider's interest if the debt recovery practitioner is a co-responsible party. But to make that determination, you must look at the degree of control, or with whom vests the control over determining the purpose and the means of processing. And to a large extent, not exclusively, but to a large extent, it is determined through the SLA. And at the moment, I think there's a lot lacking, that the service level agreements between credit providers and debt collectors do not address this issue efficiently. In some instances, there's very little. In terms of POPI, you're supposed to have a data processing agreement. So please pay attention. Make sure that you have a data processing agreement in place. But I want to caution, do not, because you are a responsible party, simply impose your will. It is something you have to negotiate with your debt recovery practitioner partner, something which is doable to both, and in which both has input and has the necessary protection as well. So please pay special attention in your SLAs to these provisions, and also especially your provisions in your SLA as to when there's a data breach. I think you've all heard presentations at conferences of what the consequences are, what the impacts are if there is a data breach. And in most instances, there's a disconnect between the parties. They don't even know who's responsible for what, who must notify consumers, who does audits, who pays costs, etc., etc. Please resolve those things and get a policy in place in advance as to how you manage such data breaches. And that is something you have to do in consultation and in partnership with your debt recovery practitioner. Okay, just very shortly, on the statutory induplum rule, and I'll just quickly raise this because we get a lot of questions from credit providers and debt collectors alike. There's been a couple of judgments, the Stellenbosch matter recently, that didn't involve debt collection costs in terms of the Debt Collectors Act. The motions requested, it was a declaratory order sought in an attempt to obtain clarity on whether legal costs raised by an attorney in terms of the Magistrates Court Act forms part of the statutory induplum rule. That's section 101 or 1035 sub 5 read with 101 of the National Credit Act. And there's also been other matters, the Bayport matter, they also dealt with it. And it also came up in the SARS issue now recently on debt collection cost and whether a credit provider is entitled to input back credits. We did communicate with the MFSA on that, and I'm aware that you guys made submissions on that now recently as well. But that issue came up there as well. One of the things that happened as well is that there are some attorneys who try and create a business for themselves where they approach consumers and say, we're going to claim back money for you for various transgressions. We've seen that on various statutory provisions in the past. It's happening on this provision as well. This matter has not been dealt with in court at all, nowhere. It's only been dealt with where a debt collector who's registered as an attorney and charges legal fees in terms of the Magistrate Court Act, where he charges fees, where the court said that does not form part of the induplum rule. So debt collectors raise fees in terms of the Debt Collectors Act, and there's a specific tariff there. And I just want to point out one or two issues that you need to consider in making your own decision on this. ADRA doesn't give legal advice, and we don't purport to know everything, but there are a couple of challenges in the National Credit Act itself with this. Firstly, if you look at the definition of collection costs in the National Credit Act itself, it says that it is cost, which means an amount that may be charged by a credit provider. A credit provider may not charge costs in terms of the Debt Collectors Act. It is an offense. You're not allowed to charge collection costs in terms of Annexure B to the Debt Collectors Act. So by definition, in the National Credit Act, collection cost appears not to be the collection cost refers to in debt collectors. Section 101G then also further deals with collection costs, and that's in the induplum calculation, where it says collection costs which may not exceed the prescribed maximum for the category of credit agreements concerned, which is something else, and may be imposed only to the extent permitted by Part C of Chapter 6. Part C of Chapter 6 is section 129 to 134, I think, of the section 129 to section 123 of the National Credit Act. And the debt collector operating under the Debt Collectors Act may not perform any of the activities described in Part C of Chapter 6. For those activities, the person executing those activities must either be a credit provider acting in their own name or an attorney with right of appearance in court. A debt collector who's not an attorney cannot approach a court for relief. And all these items in Part C of Chapter 6 refers to actions performed by an attorney. Just keep that in mind. and if you need more information on that, you can contact us. That issue also came up in the SARS issue now lately, which you're aware of. And we've had extensive discussions with SARS on that issue, and their understanding originally on the topic was wrong. It was based on a very old judgment dating back to 1915, where the appellate division described collection costs, but referred to collection costs those days where a credit provider could enter into an agreement with the consumer that if the consumer defaults, the consumer will pay a percentage of the arrear capital as legal cost to the credit provider. Those costs are no longer legal, so that judgment isn't relevant anymore. But that was not statutory cost, which a debt collector recovers in terms of a statutory right. Okay, if you do come across those matters, please speak to Henny and Leonie. They will be in contact with us as well on the matter. And we are we always assist. We do sometimes see it in complaints. In just about each and every consumer complaint, the parties has in any event agreed to abandon any such fees. So they've in any event taken a very conservative approach and abandoned those costs. So it's never really become that relevant. Okay, if there are any questions, I see we're running about 5 minutes late. I will be here at lunchtime,
Okay.
but I have to run now. Sorry.
No problem.
We can take those questions later.
Marius, I think the important stuff Marius did bring to the attention of the association. MFSA did make a submission to SARS. We are now waiting for our follow-up meeting with SARS to see what the outcome is. Our attorneys on that specific submission was ENS. So if you guys require any more information, you can contact us. Marius, here's a gift for you. Thank you for attending. And let's give him a round of applause.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie, Leonie. Yeah.
Great. Up next, we will speaker Jan Augustijn from FIC. So for Jan likes regulating this industry. He's been with the National Credit Regulator. He's now with FIC. So while Jan comes up, let's listen to a video of Altron.
At NewPay and Delta, we are passionate about our customers and about their businesses. It has long been our philosophy that your success is our success. As time moves along, so the Altron FinTech solutions evolve and continue to develop. In our partnership with our customers, we uncover niche innovations that ensure that your systems perform better every day in DebiCheck, making you more successful in the management and collections of your credit. Our account managers continuously analyze statistics and conduct training on the DebiCheck platform to help improve your business success. Our Delta solutions offer you a configurable solution that caters for your unique business requirements. Amongst others, our solutions offer options in security, biometric access, paperless contracting, as well as automated and integrated insurance solutions that generate a continuous revenue stream for your business. Altron FinTech offers app-based DebiCheck processing, negating the requirement of a terminal for people on the move. An agent module can be used to originate credit, which is integrated to our WebFin system, as well as credit bureaus, payment systems, New Card, and of course, our New Cover insurance solutions. All these services can be accessed remotely through an application on your mobile device. Altron FinTech supplies one-stop solutions covering all aspects of credit in a turnkey solution for your business. We offer comprehensive training and guidance on Delta and NewPay solutions on ways to grow your business and drive efficiencies, with dedicated consultants and skilled employees from multiple support teams, as well as technical support staff ready to assist and support you. NewPay makes use of multiple acquiring banks and can accommodate your business through various channels, including a new pay direct channel where we connect directly with the banking network to BankServe. We are here to take care of your processing and collections while assisting you to grow your business systems processes. As Altron companies, NewPay and Delta strive for a more sustainable industry for all. Ethical business practices are part of our group's core set of values, and we continuously take measures to drive this value within our industry, enabling you to optimize your collections. We have partnered with Dr. Roelof Botha and Gibbs economist Keith Lockwood to publish 2 quarterly reports that can assist you in making better business decisions. These are the Altron FinTech Short-Term Credit Impact (AFSCI) Index and the Altron FinTech Household Financial Resilience Index (AFRI), which are released on a quarterly basis. Links to these reports can be found on all our social media pages for your review. The various teams of people from NewPay and Delta are focused on customer service and delivering innovative solutions to assist you in growing your business. Our aim is to offer you solutions for small and large businesses that are tailor-made to suit your requirements and your pocket. We are passionate about your business and drive various solutions as combination packages or as single solutions to assist you in achieving success in your business.
Thank you so much, NewPay and Delta. Always been supporters of the association. So boy, donkey Vaughan and his team, we really do appreciate your support. So, FIC compliance advocate Jan Augustyn, when this bubble burst in December, I was like, for FIC's sakes, but in any case, we went on. Advocate Jan and the association and our members have got a really good relationship. He's been with the National Credit Regulator for FIC. He's been a consultant in the industry. So he is definitely not a new face. Jan, thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy schedule, I know, to present to our members. We really look forward to what you have to present today.
Thank you, Leonie. There's a presentation. Great. Must I just press? Okay. So I'm a bit of a roamer. Being a regulator before, we also always check our exits first, just to know when to make a run for it. It's nice to see some old faces, and also nice to see a lot of new faces. So this is a very, very important topic. It's so topical right now because of the whole grey listing issue. So when I thought of what I'm going to say today, I thought I could tell you, yeah, guys, you know what? You're going to get a penalty of 50 million if you're a legal person, 10 million if you're a natural person, if you don't comply with FICA. And that's even more because it's not limited. So if there are various charges, it can be far more. And there's been banks that have been fined far, far more. HSBC overseas has been fined something like $8 billion for non-compliance with anti-money laundering legislation. So I could say that to you. I could say to you, the grey listing places a lot more emphasis and scrutiny on South Africa and on this industry and on us, regulators. Because we've been found wanting. And we've been found wanting why? You could just look at the Zondo report. That's why. We've been found wanting. I can tell you, you can ignore FICA at your own peril. Non-compliance is serious because you might actually be involved in money laundering and you don't know about it. And if you comply, and if you report suspicious and unusual transactions, then you have a defense against money laundering. I can tell you all those things, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you that you and I, that we are in partnership. Your compliance is critical for me, for the FIC, to do our job. It's critical. Because you're going to supply us with information through reporting, which will go to the law enforcement agencies ultimately. And that information will be used and are being used at present to prosecute, to investigate, to prosecute money laundering and criminal activity. So you are massively important to me. It is in my best interest, the PIC's best interest, that you comply, that you have an understanding of what your obligations are. We are in partnership. And we are in partnership more so than ever before because we are on the grey list. And we are viewed globally as a risky country to do business with. We don't want that. You as business people don't want that. I don't want that. So, it's a disclaimer. The act is vast. There is a lot of information. I cannot encapsulate that in this presentation. So we probably need to look at further sessions, specifically on compliance. But I do want to give you some sort of background. And my presentation will go mainly about legislative and regulatory framework, just to put you in the picture of where you fit in, how does it fit in. Some of the legislative amendments that Leonie was talking about. I'm going to talk to you about a few key compliance areas. And I have to cut it short, Leonie. You'll have to check me for time, please. And then a little bit on supervision and enforcement. So first on the regulatory framework. Now this slide gives you just an understanding of where everything fits in. So you will have heard a lot of FATF lately. That's the Financial Action Task Force. And we are a member country. We're the only African country that is a member of FATF. Now, they issued 40 recommendations that you need to comply with. Oh, you could say, well, it's international. Do I have to comply with it? Yes, you do actually, because it forms part of the FIC Act framework of that legislation. So it's important that you do know about FATF and understand that FATF influences a lot that we do. Then we are part of Africa, Southern African, East African anti-money laundering group. And you see FIC there on the right. And you see there CAFs. I'm talking about about cryptocurrency. Those entities will be regulated. Talking about high-value good dealers, credit providers, and then also trust and company services providers. They all fall under the FIC umbrella. I'm going to skip the left-hand side to just tell you that when you look at the left-hand side, you'll see there that you've got the FSCA and you've got SARP. So the three regulators that regulate the anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, proliferation financing environment is the FIC, the SARP, and the FSCA. But we don't live in a vacuum, and our regulators, like the NCR, like the Property Practitioners Authority, like the licensing authorities when it comes to the PLAs, when it comes to gambling, all those entities are still very much important to us, and we have great relationships with them. Okay, so this is just the recent legislative amendments. And here you'll see the 19th of December was a crucial date, as Leonie said. That was when the schedules were amended. Schedule 1 was amended to include a whole lot of new accountable institutions, of which care providers are one. Schedule 2 cleaned up the supervisory bodies that are responsible for regulating these entities, and all the previous supervisory bodies that have powers to regulate the anti-money laundering environment has fallen away. And Schedule 3, which provided for motor vehicle dealers and Kruger-owned dealers. Are there any motor vehicle dealers in the room? Well, they fell away, and they now all become full accountable institutions with the full ambit of the act applicable to them. And then there was the General Laws Amendment Act, and I can talk about 3 hours just on that. But for purposes of this presentation, it's just important to know that the FIC is now responsible for the whole designated non-financial businesses and professions. Those DNFBPs, you will in future hear a lot about, because you as credit providers are part of them. So, item 11 of Schedule 1 deals specifically with credit providers. And all the credit providers that fall under the National Credit Act and which are registered with the NCR is immediately, falls immediately under the scope and ambit of item 11 of Schedule 1. It goes further than that. Even the ones that are mentioned in the exclusions in item 4, in section 4 of the National Credit Act, even those entities, business-to-business the credit, falls within the scope of the FIC Act. So it's not just the registered entities with the NCR. And it's not only the entities that falls under the NCA, let me rather say that, because we also know that there are some entities that are not registered. That's a challenge in itself. But also, there's a new item 20, and I just put it in here because sometimes credit providers also provide products, sell products, and it may be that you deal in high-value goods, like motor vehicles, like expensive watches, like Krugerrands, and that those entities are also included in the ambit of the FIC Act. So, just to have I don't want to concentrate too much on the first two columns, and that's all the entities that are registered with the Reserve Bank and with FSCA, but you'll see who it is that we typically regulate. That's trust company and service providers, some trusts and company service providers, and that includes accountants that does that work. They also fall within that scope. We deal with post-bank, high-value goods, legal practitioners, attorney firms, attorneys, and advocates who have trust accounts. They all fall within this framework. Property practitioners, estate agents, they are now the responsibility of the FIC. Gambling institutions, crypto asset service providers, and of course, credit providers, all in the framework. Okay. So this is just the legislation that's applicable to your environment. Obviously, the FIC Act is, but you also need to know two specific other legislations. The one is POCA, which is the Prevention of Organized Crime, and that legislation deals with the crime of money laundering. And that's important to know. And then there's POCTATARA, and that is an acronym for the act that deals specifically with terrorism. And this is to a lesser extent applicable these days because of the framework change that we've had on targeted financial sanctions. But I'll get to that point in a moment. So the FIC functions is simply to process, analyze, and interpret information reports, to monitor and give guidance to accountable institutions, and to supervise and enforce compliance with the FIC Act. Now, if I can advise you to start somewhere, I would say to you, look at the FIC website. You've got to have information. And there you will find a lot of information. And when it comes to credit providers, you must look at the draft PCC 23 capital A, that deals specifically with credit providers. Because then you'll get an understanding of where the FIC is going with the regulation of credit providers. Now that PCC has not been finalized yet, and it needs to be cleaned up and to be finalized. But at least you will have an idea. So when you look at the website, you must know that there are what we call guidance products, guidance notes. There's about 7, probably 8 now of them. And then there are PCCs, which is public communications. And there's about 52 of them at the moment, 52. So not all of them are that important, but you will be able to find a lot of information that may assist you. I also have to tell you that soon we will be issuing a what we call a risk and compliance return to all institutions to be completed. And that will also give us a little bit of an indication of where the industry is as far as understanding their risk environment. So there's the website. Please have a look at the website. With everything in life, if it's new, we are afraid of it. The more we get to know about this, the more comfort you will get. You remember in 2005 when the NCA was in process, how you felt then. Over the years, you've become accustomed to it. It's the same here. The sooner you get involved with this, the better, so that you have an understanding of what is expected of you. Okay. Not saying too much about FATF. I've already mentioned them. You can have a look at the FATF website. It's probably an information overload at the moment. I would rather say stick to FICA. But if you want to have a look at the 40 recommendations, to have a better understanding of why we're on the grey list, you can do so. The country has had 3 evaluations, and the first 2 wasn't too bad. But we missed the boat totally with the last FATF evaluation. And probably because as a country, whether industry or whether regulators, we don't have a proper understanding of how to apply a risk-based approach, whether to supervision or whether being a credit provider or an accountable institution. So I'm not going to be having a detailed discussion on compliance, but I do want to make a few points. Those have been previously called by us as the 7 pillars of compliance. It's customer due diligence, record keeping, you must have a compliance officer, corporate governance issues. You must have a risk management and compliance program, and you're going to have to get this RMCP in place and understand it. Be careful just to adopt an RMCP without having a proper understanding, but I'll speak about it now. Reporting to the FIC, I'll say something about that. You need to ensure that you train your employees, and lastly, that you are registered with the FIC. Now, guys, Leonie said talked about the 19th of December. So from the 19th of December, you had 3 months to register with the FIC. January, February, March. And the 19th of March is coming soon. And if you're not registered, you are not compliant. I would urge you, if you're not registered, to register as soon as possible. It's not a licensing requirement. It's a compliance issue. And if you're not registered, you are not compliant. So those are some of the key obligations. But that is negating probably a lot of the important stuff, like that you must be able to deal with compliance in a risk-based approach. So when the NCR talks to you, they're going to talk to you a lot about compliance with rules. In the FICA AML environment, you have a lot of rules. But the starting point, the premise, is very much, what are your risks? So as an industry and as an institution, you must have a proper understanding of what your risks are for being abused as an institution for purposes of money laundering and terrorist financing and proliferation financing. That's the starting point. If you don't do this correctly, everything that follows thereafter, and specifically the RMCP, is jeopardized. I'm actually saying that everything that follows thereafter is built on sand, not a proper foundation. And it's so important that you understand this, because there's going to be an obligation on you to understand your risks. And who better to understand it than you? The problem is that the people are going to tell you a lot of things about the RMCP, and you're going to believe a lot of things that are being said. The first thing that you need to do is understand your risk. If you've done that exercise well, I will not say it's all smooth sailing from there, but you've got a far better chance of being successful in the end if you don't. So that is quite important for me that you understand that. Because the FICA and anti-money laundering environment is very risk-orientated. And if this is the only thing that you remember today, please remember that. Then there's targeted financial sanctions and reporting. So you will be expected to monitor transactions and ensure that where there are United Nations sanctions, that you screen against those lists. I'm not going to talk too much about beneficial ownership, but this is something that we need to talk to at length in the future. So if you're a legal entity or a trust or a partnership, or if you have clients that are legal entities, trust partnerships, that you would be able to identify the beneficial ownership. Politically exposed persons, when you conduct business with somebody who is a minister or who is a public official of a certain rank, who appears on a list to a schedule of the FIC Act, then you need to be very careful. And you must establish whether that person is high risk or not. And if it's a foreign PEP, a foreign politically exposed person, the FIC stance has always been that those entities are automatic high risk. And when it's automatic high risk, when it comes to customer due diligence, you have to do more. When it's a business relationship, you will have to do monitoring of the transactions. It's a different story when it's when it's a single transaction, of course. In certain circumstances where it's high-risk clients that you have, you will have to do ongoing and enhanced due diligence. Of course, the governance issues is quite important, but the most important thing is to remember who is ultimately responsible for compliance with the FIC Act. It's not your compliance officer. It's the director in that company. It's the board of directors in the company. It's senior management. And why I say this is because there's an inherent risk that those individuals that have ownership of compliance with the FIC Act, that they ensure that they comply, because they are vulnerable to get a financial penalty in their own name, and not just the legal institution. So that's quite important to know. Okay, and then, of course, the registration issue. I've already said, careful of this one. So FATF said South Africa should ensure that accountable institutions conduct business risk assessments systematically while including a sufficient range of inherent risk factors to identify and understanding their money laundering and terrorist financing risks at entity level. So I'm coming back to the issue of risk assessments in the beginning. Now, just 2 slides that I have here, but I'm going to run through it very quickly. The first one deals with the risk rating. So you have to understand that it would not be prudent for credit providers to have one standard of risk assessment that cuts across the board. Because each and every institution may have a different risk profile in respect of their clients. It might be that somebody that is next to the border in Zimbabwe will have a different risk profile that's from somebody in Gauteng. And that's all I want you to take from this slide. And then, once you've done the risk assessment, the question becomes, how do I mitigate my risk? And there are various ways that you mitigate your risk. One of the areas you can mitigate your risk is by ensuring that you do proper customer due diligence. And you will tailor your customer due diligence according to the risks that you have. So if you have, let's say, 10% high risk clients, you will do far more on those 10% than you would do on, let's say, the 40% medium risk and the 50% low risk. In fact, you might decide to do just the bare minimum when it comes to the low risk. So the challenge is to use your resources, your energy and money and your time properly to address your high risk areas. And if you do that properly and you insert that in your RMCP, it will show that you understand your risks. On customer due diligence, you can't do business with anonymous clients. You can't do business, and I don't have to preach this to credit providers. You want to know who your clients are. You want to know where your clients stay, and you want to know where do I get my money from, ultimately. So I think credit providers are to a large extent already geared to be compliant with the customer due diligence provisions. When it comes to customer due diligence, it's important to distinguish between single transactions and business relationships. Because if you have a business relationship with a client, you will be expected to monitor that client over the duration of your business relationship. When it comes to a single transaction, that is, of course, not such a big issue. Your customer due diligence requirements will be less. PEPs I've already spoken to you about. That is politically exposed persons. So where you do have a client who is a politically exposed person, then you will be required to obtain senior management approval to establish a business relationship. You'll have to establish the source of wealth. You ask him. People ask me this question quite often. And how do I do this? It's difficult to do this with a client. In most instances, you are not required to provide verification, but you will probably need to do so when it's high risk. So if a PEP is a high risk client, then you probably may want to go that route. But ask him. Ask your client if he's a PEP. You will have a list in the schedule which indicates who are PEPs. Ask him. You want to know what is his job. And if you find that he's on that list, then you need to obtain senior management. You look at source of wealth, and you have to do far more when it comes to customer due diligence than you would do in respect of other clients. So you'll have to do enhanced due diligence monitoring. Okay, transaction monitoring, I've already spoken to you about. If you have a business relationship, you will have to monitor those transactions, and you will be able to see Jan drives a little Volkswagen truck, and he gets 5,000 rand every month. Suddenly, Jan drives a massive Rolls Royce, and his bank account is still 5,000 rand per month, but there's a single payment of 5 million in. That would be suspicious, correct? So that's why it's important to know your client. So if there's something that's out of the ordinary, that you would be able to pick it up. And guys, it's easier to do than you would think normally. Okay, I'm not going to say too much about the RMCP, but the RMCP is the nemesis of accountable institutions. Just as a loan agreement is the nemesis of a credit provider. So often you will be able to see from a loan agreement where the problems lie and where non-compliance are by simply looking at the contract. The same is true of an RMCP. An RMCP is a document that must deal with the following: your risk identification. How did you get to decide who is low, medium, and high risk? How do you then tailor your customer due diligence to tie in with that risk rating that you've given? The transactional monitoring, the targeted financial sanctions. How will you report to the FIC? How will you treat reporting, record keeping, and all of those issues? And then ultimately, how will you ensure that you implement the RMCP? How am I doing for time, Jan? Good. Okay. On reporting. And I've decided to cut a lot of this because I don't want to overload you with too much information, but I do want to say to you the following. So there are a number of reports that you will ultimately have to make to the FIC. Some of them relates to cash, where you receive cash or you pay cash. It used to be 25,000 rand and more. It's gone up on the 14th of November to 50,000 and more. So where you pay out cash or you receive cash, and that is cash that you receive over the counter, or which gets paid into your bank account. And that's the important part, because people sometimes forget that that is also cash. So typically what would happen is a client wants to buy a motor vehicle, and he pays a deposit into the motor vehicle dealer's bank account, 300,000. The motor vehicle dealer has to report that transaction because it's cash that came into his account. But also, the bank has to report that transaction. Motor vehicle reports his client, and the bank reports the motor vehicle dealer, because the motor vehicle dealer is the bank's client. Just an example of how there can be dual reporting when it comes to cash. I don't think this is a major issue in your environment, by the way. Okay. Then there's Section 28 kind of reports, and that's where you probably may have, suddenly find that, hey, wait a minute. When I did this a screening exercise, I found that Mr. X here is actually a terrorist, and I have him on my books. What do? You report it to the FIC. And the FIC will probably give you instructions on what to do further. But there's more to it than that. There's also just the normal screening of the United Nations list, like the sanctions list. And you are by law obliged to do so. So be careful of that one. Then there's probably the most important one, and that's Section 29, and that gives a lot of people headaches. The banks have this very good under control. They understand that environment better than anybody else. But that's the question of when you have reports which are suspicious and unusual. And that's a very subjective thing sometimes. But I need to tell you this. So if you make a suspicious transaction report and it ultimately comes to light that indeed there's money laundering that took place, then you have, and you reported this transaction, then you have a very good defense against money laundering. So it's absolutely in your interest to make a report on suspicious and unusual transactions. The question when it becomes is you need to figure out, and this must be in your RMCP as well, is what in my environment will be a suspicious and unusual transaction. And what we usually do is we do give guidance on these issues. So you will find some of that information on our website as well. I'm not going to deal with international funds transfer reports. That's not for you. It's more for the banks and other institutions that are involved in that. So these are just the regulations that are there that deals with Section 29. It's quite important just to take note of them, to have an understanding that there are regulations also to the Act, which is very important when it comes to reporting. So the proceeds, what will constitute a suspicious or unusual transaction report? So it may be the proceeds of unlawful activity. You might find that you are able to identify unlawful activity. But it is not always a fact. It can be, it must be also a suspicion. So it doesn't necessarily follow that if you report somebody, that it is indeed suspicious and unusual. It's just that from your perspective it is. And it's therefore important that you understand what would constitute that. So it may be that it has no apparent business or lawful purpose, may be relevant to the investigation of invasion or attempted evasion of a duty to pay tax, may be to the financing of terrorist or related activities. We have the perception in South Africa that we don't have terrorism in South Africa. What we don't realize is that we are a springboard for financing of terrorism that takes place in other countries. And we don't see the terrorism in our own country. You probably remember the whole issue about the white widow. You know, the lady from the UK that came into South Africa, she actually had a pie shop in South Africa. I think in Pretoria. She had a pie shop. And she was a terrorist. And she's connected to terrorist activities all over Africa. At some point, also the terrorist activities in Kenya. She had a pie shop in South Africa. So now just imagine if you have a client who's a terrorist. So we need to think about those things. I'm not going to say more about that. These are possible red flags for credit providers. I'm not saying adopt them. I'm just saying to you that it may mean that some of these are also valuable for you. Credit is immediately repaid after it's obtained or early settlements. So maybe in a micro-lending environment, this would probably not be such a big thing. But can you imagine if you take a loan, I'm thinking business to business, take a loan of 50 million and you repay it almost immediately. Isn't that a good opportunity for money laundering? So these are just examples. I'm just going to run through them quickly. Loans, credit is made repaid by a third party and not the client without reasonable explanation. Loans lacking a legitimate purpose. Source of money falls under a sanctioned jurisdiction. So the money comes from somewhere that's on a list. account holder belongs to a high-risk country, discrepancies in the identity verification process, cross-border payment of loans, and cash payments. So one needs to look at your own business and what would constitute red flags. Okay, coming to the last part, the ugly part, supervision and enforcement. And I've got some good news and some bad news. So don't let this slide confuse you. I'm simply trying to tell you that when we do inspections, these are the kind of things that we're looking at. And I've already indicated them to you. I've talked to you about customer due diligence, record keeping, reporting, RMCP, training, governance, registration, targeted financial sanctions. I just want to alert you that some of the compliance obligations in the FIC Act are also criminal contributions. Be wary of that, specifically around reporting. So be very wary of that. Okay. The good news. So we know that you're new to the sector. We understand it. We understand that you are going to go through a process where you have to get grips on this whole FICA thing. And you suddenly realize, but it's more than water, lights, and an identity document. If somebody says to you next time, oh, it's a water, lights, and an identity document, that's not the case. It's far more than that. It's far more complicated than that. But we have, FIC has, taken the following approach when it comes to the new entities coming into Schedule 1. Our focus initially will be very much on the registration, the guidance, the monitoring of compliance, and sector risk assessments. That's where we're going to put our effort and our focus. Not so much on inspections and enforcement. That doesn't mean that we're not going to take inspections, do inspections and enforcement. But that's not our main focus. But as I'm standing here, I'm worried. Because the 19th of March is coming. And we don't see an increase in registration numbers. So we are worried that our approach may be the wrong approach. When it comes to the existing accountable institutions, and here I'm specifically speaking about the new entities that the FIC now are responsible for. I'm thinking about casinos, the property practitioners, the lawyers, the attorneys, the trust advocates, all those new entities coming into the public, all those existing entities that had existing obligations complying with FICA. For them, it's business as usual. Business as usual. We're inspecting and we're taking enforcement action. So if you are registered as one of those institutions as well, we are proceeding in the normal fashion as far as they are concerned. This is just a slide looking at some of the sanctions that the FIC, I'm not talking about the SARP and the FECA, but that the FIC has issued. We've issued 112 since 2017, 2018. And the amount payable was 102 million. This does not include the appeals that we've dealt with. So you can still add quite a number of those. And we are yet to lose an appeal. So that number is actually quite a lot higher than what it appears to be there. So just before I get to questions, coming back to my opening remarks. For me, my advice to you would be, don't fear this whole figure animal. Don't fear it. Understand it. Get to grips with it. Implement. But you can't do that if you just pass the buck. Remember, if you're an owner, if you're a director, if you're a CEO, if you're a member of a CC store, you are ultimately responsible to ensure that you comply. It's you that's going to feel the financial penalty. It's you that's going to feel the burden of dealing with the FIC, with SAL, with the FSCA. So understand these issues. Look at that website. Start reading. Have an understanding of the obligations. There's a lot of invitations coming out on the website of the FIC of compliance workshops and webinars that takes place. Attend these. It's like with everything that's new. It's like my daughter is learning to drive. It kills me. But I understand she has to go through a process. You and I, we've been driving for a long time. We don't think about it anymore. It happens automatically. You'll get there. But only if you want to get there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. So I think back to basics once again. Registration 19 March, guys. Now, a lot of information has been shared here, and I think that's why we also have Jan here and a number of service providers. So if you are stressed and overwhelmed about the compliance requirements, there is good service providers that can assist you. But let's see if we can have a drive to get you registered for the 19th of March. So from the MFSA side, tomorrow morning, you will receive an email to say, these are service providers that can assist you, and this is what you can do. I think the other thing that Jan also said is there's a lot of information on the FIX website. So go and download that information and educate yourself. I think that is very, very important. And Jan also said that they are going to do compliance sessions. So we will also inform you when those compliance sessions do take place. From our side, you will receive communication tomorrow on who can assist you. Jan, I think we received a couple of questions on the SMS line now. The first one is, the majority of our members hasn't registered for 19th of March. What will happen now if they do not register? What is the sanction going to be?
So, well, theoretically, 10 million and 50 million. But guys, don't fret. Don't fret. We obviously, we're not there. That's not the issue. The thing for me is we're trying our best to get people on board, to get the industry on board, to get them on board. That's the most important issue for us. So I'm not saying that if you register late by a month or whatever, a week, that there will be action taken against you. We're trying to avoid that. We're really inviting people to come into the fold. So I'm saying this hesitantly because I don't want you to relax now again, because it is serious. So ultimately, when we start inspections, we also usually look at when somebody was supposed to be registered. And that doesn't mean that we're going to issue you with a fine if you now register late. What you should not do is try to escape the registration because you're now worried that you are late. Don't do that. Why? Because on the NCR's website are all your details. We know who you are.
Oh, let's
Register.
please. Okay, I think, Jan, you know what? The information that you shared today was overwhelming, and we really want to thank you for that. Is there anything from the audience side that you would like to ask now? So it was a lot of information, great information. Thank you so much, Jan. We got a couple of questions. I'm going to send them to you as well, so that maybe we can have like a more information sessions, like you said, yeah, where we can answer those questions. Yeah.
So what I think is, I think we need to take this like eating an elephant, bite by bite.
Verseker.
So I think from our side, we are going to do a risk assessment of the industry as well. So what we call them sector risk assessments. So we'll do a sector risk assessment for the credit providers as well in due course. And then you will also have a good understanding of where your risks lie. It will assist you to understand where your risks lie. We will finalize that PCC 23 capital A so that you have a good, better understanding of what falls within inside the framework and what maybe falls outside the framework. And then we need to break stuff down because
Yeah.
when it comes to issues like beneficial ownership, it can become quite complicated.
Yeah.
And one needs to decide whether it really affects you because maybe some of your clients are only natural persons.
Yeah.
And that's maybe something you should think about when putting it in your RMCP. But where you have clients who are legal entities, then you need to understand those kind of issues.
Perfect. I think, Jan, you started off saying that we are partners, and that's what we want to do, and we would like to maintain that relationship. And we will work together with FIC to make sure that our members become compliant and remain compliant. Thank you so much, Jan. Let's give
Thank you. Ek sal moet verklaar. Put it in the register.
Thank you so much, Jan.
Thanks, Leon.
Up next, we have a presentation from Andre. So I think, Andre, you can get on the stage here. Okay.
Oh.
Ek het die klikker. O, dankie. Welcome, Andre. Just before Andre speaks, we are going to listen to a video from Amplifin.
The power to include the excluded. The power to simplify the complicated. The power to free locked potential. This is the power of financial technology. At Amplifin, we amplify this power in the payments ecosystem. We bring our formidable reputation and more than 2 decades of experience to amplify trust. We find unique solutions through collaboration to amplify simplicity and cost efficiency. And we use our robust technology platform, rapidly testing, adapting, and adopting to amplify the agility needed for better performance. All so that we can shape change and accomplishment for business, for people, and for society. Amplifin. Amplifying the power of payments.
Good. Thank you so much, Amplifin. Also great support, sponsors and supporters of the association. Andre Strydom is standing next to me. He's currently the product head at Collections Payment Systems at PASA. He positions held senior project management, head of debit order business, project head, low value collections, and project owner. So this is a guy with a lot of knowledge. You know more than I do. Thank you so much for attending, Andre. We really do appreciate it. Sit op toets doen ook. Ja.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to provide a little bit of update on, I think, a topic that everybody has a little bit of a love-hate relationship with, specifically low-value collections or low-value debit orders. So I think when I initially prepared the presentation for today, I had in mind to give you a little bit of an update in terms of what we are busy with on low-value debit orders. But I thought it's maybe just a little bit necessary to remind this audience a little bit about the history and what we've gone through over the years to get us to a stage where we are at currently, so that we can sort of put the puzzle together. So I think this sort of started 2006 to 2019. We predominantly found ourselves with 3 debit order payment systems. So the old ADO system, the Authenticated Collections Payment System, the EDO system, or the non-authenticated collection system, and then EFT debit orders. The problem was that those didn't come with without their challenges. So we had a lot of complaints and issues from both user communities and consumer communities and regulators to say, guys, but there's a problem, there's a lot of abuse. And that sort of led to 2013, where the SARB then gave us a terms of reference and said, PASA, together with your members and stakeholders, you need to develop a new authenticated or a modernized type of collections payment system so that we can resolve the issues. That sort of led to the birth of the debit order or the debit check project, authenticated collections, which then started getting momentum around 2013. I think what we then realized as an ecosystem is that this is a complex problem to resolve, because it did not make sense to try and solve this and do things with legacy systems. So it was important for us to look at a modernized type of environment where you look at ISO technology, and how do you really sort of set yourself in the right direction to enable you to modernize the system over a period of time. Due to the slow traction on that, around 2017, the SARB actually issued a formal directive and said, guys, you now have specific dates that you need to work towards to get the system up and running. But also in parallel with that, around about 2018, the SARB amended that directive and said, guys, over and above debit check, you need to look at alternative ways and means to address debit order abuse. So as an industry, where do we start? Because it's sort of a lot of complaints around, from a consumer perspective, indicating that the abuse is predominantly payers that are, or from a consumer point of view, saying that there's a lot of rogue debit order collectors. So there's a lot of guys taking money from our accounts which they are not allowed to take. And then again, user communities such as yourselves indicating that there's a lot of payers sort of disputing valid debit orders to manage their cash flow. So I think in our environment, we then became a little bit creative, because we had a very short space of time that we then had to do a lot of things. And we sort of deviated from the norms to take long legacy type of approach and waterfall type of project approach. And we really took a little bit of an agile type of approach. And we ran many proof of concepts in our environment to test different things with the market, immediately things that the legal environment is not comfortable with, because they just see the risks. But we managed to sort of convince these guys, and over time, we have, in a very short space of time, then did certain things, we got certain results, and whatever we could present into the industry and to regulators and our legals was based on facts. So there was data-led decisions that we could make at the end of the day. So quickly just want to talk about the debit order abuse project that was then sort of running in parallel with the debit check project. So I think first of all, the regulator said to us that you need to start at the point. And the logical point for us is to address the rogue user element in the ecosystem, because they would be hesitant to change anything and impact the rights of consumers if we do not have a clean base of debit order collectors. So I think many of you might not be aware, or might be aware, that we then introduced a project and a program which we refer to as the Debit Order Abuse Project. The Debit Order Abuse Project was basically a model that we've implemented and developed, whereby we sort of, in a central place at PASA, and that is evolved to an automated system in the meantime, we manage user behavior from cradle to grave. So from that point in time, where someone indicates that they want to start collecting debit orders or payments via debit orders until such time that we exit them for whatever reason. So we started with that in a very informal way around 2019, and we've now formalized that. It's built into the PASA rules, and all banks need to comply with that. And we have fully automated that, and all of that has now been also moved to the Banks of Africa environment, who's running that for us from an operational point of view. But I think just a quick few benefits and highlights that we've seen in terms of that is that over the period of time, we've been able to remove over 1,500 problematic users where there was evidence of fraud. If those users would have continued to process in the national payment system, we would have seen debit order fraud of over 100 million transactions, the value of over 14 billion. And I think that sort of was the spark and a scenario that then enabled us to have a little bit of a different conversation with the regulators. Because the regulators were now seeing that as an industry, we are serious about resolving this debit order problem. And they were sort of getting more comfortable that we are starting to get a cleaner base of users. And in terms of what I'm going to present to you later on, you will see that there's a lot changing in this landscape in terms of some of the rules and scenarios that we are changing to make the play field a little bit more even in terms of the rights of users and rights of consumers in terms of what we are doing. So I've presented a number of slides, but I think what I predominantly then want to talk to you about is a little bit of the journey that we are on currently in terms of where we were previously at. So we, as indicated, we sort of found ourselves with ADO, NADO, sort of debit check, RMS, EFT, and we had to go through a process within the last number of years, sort of sunset ADO and NADO, which happened towards the end of 2021. So in November 2021, no more ADOs and NADOs allowed. I think you're well aware of that. And the only three payment systems that then sort of now exist, and the products that we have basically in our product collection suite is then AC, your authenticated collections, RMS on the AC platform, not authenticated, but still on the ISO rails, which is important from a data richness perspective, and then EFT debit orders. So I think what we are busy with currently is sort of that middle portion that we have on the slide here. So we are busy currently then to further enhance this environment. And I think what is important, and one of the next slides that I will talk to you about, is that specifically from a debit order point of view, we have very early in our journey started identifying a modernization roadmap. So it was necessary for us that we have strategic objectives that sort of direct our actions and priorities in this environment. So what we've done then, or what we are busy with, is typically that middle portion, and I'm going to give a little bit of a more update in terms of that. But currently we have that debit check type of environment, which is closely linked to RMS. So we have initially set ourselves out a long time ago in terms of strategic objectives that we want debit check to be a authenticated payment system on its own, RMS the non-authenticated payment system of choice. And over a period of time, we want to migrate EFT to RMS, sunset EFT in order to ensure we find ourselves with a modernized payment system on the ISO rails. And I think that is important because with ISO and the data richness, it gives you an opportunity to sophisticate a lot of the dispute processes and the challenges that we have currently. So I think the next few slides, I'm actually just going to skip over, and I'm not sure if the presentation pack is going to be distributed, but this is then for information purposes. And I think a lot of the stuff that we are doing currently as well, we are really trying to have a little bit of a look in the future. So there's a lot of thought leadership that are going into what we are doing. So from a modernization point of view, if we talk about EFT that we want to sunset at some point in time, it doesn't mean that we are not going to do anything on EFT. There are challenges within EFT. It's going to take us a tremendous amount of time to still get EFT into that modernized end state of RMS. So there's a number of things that we are doing there, and I'm going to give you a brief glimpse of what we are busy with in that environment to already level the playing field a little bit better in that space. I think from an RMS point of view, and I think this is also very, very topical or important from an AC point of view as well, The kind of development that we want to do here with the futuristic view in mind is the immediate separation of RMS and AC that we are doing. We are specifically focusing that on the current participants in the environment. So the current participants in this environment will see that over the next few years, or not that far. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Guys, so I think in terms of the debit check journey, so the current piece of work that we are busy with is just to separate RMS and AC in its current format for the existing participants. But then there's a piece of work, and specifically that line at the bottom there, where we would specifically need to look at the future. So because there's a lot of participants not yet in debit check and AC, so we want to make the future as easy and simple as possible, so that AC and RMS do not become a barrier to entry for guys that are playing in EFT currently. So I think the slide that I really want to spend a little bit of time on, and there's a lot of information on this slide, but I think this slide in a nutshell sort of summarizes everything that we are busy with from a low value collections point of view. So if you look at this and the information on the left-hand side, you'll see that there are 7 strategic objectives. And these are objectives that we've already sort of agreed to as a community around 2019. And my teams and everybody that's working on this information, we are continuously using this as our soundboard and checkboard to ensure that whatever we do in our environment, that these strategic objectives really direct in terms of what we are doing. So I think the first objective that we have, they really talk about the fact that we had to get debit check up and running, we had to get it implemented, we had to get ADO and NADO sunsetted, and we had to achieve that by end of October 2021. So the first strategic objective has completely been fulfilled, and nothing outstanding in terms of that. The rest of the stuff on there, you'll see it in all probability would give you a little bit of a glimpse in terms of what our book of work looked like for the next 2 to 3 years. So the second strategic objective that we have there specifically talk about some enhancements that we need to do to the current debit check type of environment. So you'll know that there are limitations in the current debit check environment. So there are some changes that we need to do to look at alternative solutions for the authentication challenges. We all know that USSD is giving us some benefits, but it's not optimal. So as a community, we've gone through a number of interventions, and we've identified alternative authentication solutions. So some of the authentication solutions are things that I think people are quite familiar with, but some of it is shifting the paradigm a little bit, even for the banks. So some of the stuff that we are busy with in that type of environment is to specifically look at something like a OTM, a one-time PIN. So we refer to it in our environment as a one-time MAC. Type of technology that people are familiar with, and success rates are quite high in that environment. The other thing is a sort of a central authority. So again, we are taking learnings from what we got in the debit order abuse project, and we think that there's a good case to be made for certain of these things to happen in a central place in future. I think the other thing that is important for us in terms of this is that in that second bucket of work, then there's a lot of stuff that we're doing to sort of make AC and this environment, the authenticated collections environment, the gold standard. So I think all of you will be familiar with the kind of challenges that you have when you collect when you have to collect on a public holiday or over a weekend or in December periods. So that's also the piece of work that we are doing there to change rules in the environment to ensure that we level the playing field. So we've already gone through a process to get approval by the regulators. So with not in the not too distant future, you will see the rules coming through where we are going to allow you to collect on the previous business day with that transaction not becoming, that will not become disputable. So typically work that is happening in that environment. I think the biggest piece of work for us then sort of sits in that third strategic objective. So when we initially built AC, I think everybody would remember the guys that were involved in that process. we sort of found ourselves with authentication being a challenge. And because of the fact that you've gone through the effort to try and obtain the authentication, we then had to look at a sort of alternative to get the benefit of AC still, and which led then to the development of RMS. But because of the fact that we were close to going to market in November 2021, we then approached the regulators and said that we want to develop RMS, the Registered Mandate Service, as the non-authenticated collections type of debit order in that environment on the same platform as AC, with the understanding that we need to separate it at some point in time. Because ultimately the SARB wants AC to be the gold standard, and they do not want the RMS, the non-authenticated environment, to sort of dilute that value proposition that we've created there. So that is really then the sort of key focus areas for us for 2023 and then 2024. So the SARB has sort of drawn a line in the sand. They said, guys, by the end of 2024, RMS needs to be a separate payment system. And together with that, RMS no longer collect in the early window with AC. It needs to move to the evening window. So I think a very important aspect here for especially the user community, that around end of 2024, RMS and AC are going to be separate payment systems. And it's important that from that aspect, that you put in the effort to try and get authentication for as many of your mandates as you can. Because otherwise you are going to lose the benefit, and you are going to compete in the same sort of window where we are currently collecting in EFT. So the SARB has, together with that, also said, guys, this is a non-negotiable. So you have a period of grace for the next 2 years to sort of get these alternative solutions in place for authentication. So the solutions that I spoke to in terms of the authenticated central authority, the one-time MAC, one-time PIN solution, these are things that we need to get in place as a non-negotiable for the industry over the next 2 years, and an important aspect that we need to achieve there. So I think just in a nutshell there, the teams at PASA specifically are working very hard on this. So we've already done a lot of work in this first quarter of 2023. And I think for making RMS a standalone payment system, getting the alternative authentication methods in place, we are quite far advanced already, now finding ourselves in the third month of this year, where we are very close to sort of having business requirement definitions, functional requirements definitions completed. And we're ready to take this to the industry and our formal structures to get these guys to approve us, and be happy with the direction that we're heading in, so that we can actually execute on this from a project perspective. I think then the things that are a little bit on the radar and the conversations that we will start towards the end of this year, or probability the third quarter, is that modernization journey that we then need to embark on in terms of how do we need to how are we going to go about to get EFT onto RMS, and how are we going to go about to sunset EFT over time, which is an important conversation to follow. I think strategic objective number 5 is the one that I think as a user type of community you'll find a lot of interest in. So there's continuously challenges from a user community where they are saying that the dispute rights are not balanced. We're getting a lot of users that are consumers that are disputing debit orders. And in this space specifically, there's a number of changes that we are busy with. So some of the changes that you will see coming in the next few months, and we've already gone through a process to have the conversation with the regulators. So we already have approval from the MFSA, from the SARB. The project teams has done the work. The rules have been developed. We're going through the last few stages of the governance process to get these approved. And then we just basically need to pull the trigger and actually implementation on that. So I think some of the exciting things that you're going to see coming in this space, specifically the guys still collecting in EFT, so that open-ended dispute period that you currently have in EFT, where a consumer can come in and dispute transactions for an indefinite period of time, that is changing. So we have approval from the regulators to reduce that to 12 months. So already in that EFT environment, you are going to very shortly see that we align the dispute periods across the payment systems. So your consumers will no longer have that open-ended dispute period to dispute in EFT. Together with that, we've also had a conversation with regulators, and they were quite happy that we start accepting electronic mandates as an acceptable mandate type to defend a dispute in that post 40-day process for EFT. So in terms of that, something similar at the end of the day. So currently we only accept paper and written mandates, but within the next few months, you're also going to be able to submit your electronic mandates to defend a dispute. Then there's other things that we are busy with in that environment in terms of rule changes. So we are gathering, or we have gathered a lot of data already. We have analyzed that data. And we think that there's a lot of cases to be made that we are going to take through our governance process. We've already had the first conversations with some of our structures, but we think that in the not too distant future, there's a case to be made to even reduce that dispute period that is now consistently 12 months across the payment systems to a shorter period. And the current data is sort of telling us maybe 120 days or 4 months. I think the kind of benefits that you will then see if we can get that through the process is that you'll have a dispute process across different collections payment systems aligned. So currently in card, you have a chargeback process and a dispute process of 120 days or 4 months. So already there's a lot of appetite from that in terms of the conversations that we are having with our stakeholders. But these are the kind of exciting things that we are busy with. And I think the good news story for us is that these conversations are now data-led. We are no longer having a sort of a shotgun approach like what we had in the past. There's data telling us a story, and we can have robust conversations with our ecosystem in terms of how we do certain things there. I think the last few are more generic in nature. So we've set ourselves out also from a strategic point of view that we need to get ourselves in a position to have a better fraud process in the low-value collections environment, specifically from a bank point of view. And we have gone through a process now over the last few months to develop that. We are having it signed off at the end of this month by our relevant PASA structures. And I think that process really is going to put us in a position to also get further benefits from the debit order processes that we have designed, because we are getting a lot of outcomes now where there's proof of fraud, but we're not getting those through the court processes and getting those guys prosecuted to properly take them out of the process. And by means of this process, we are going to have better control over that aspect of the process as well. I think then the last portion, I've briefly spoken about that as part of the introduction, is really about those debit order processes. And those debit order processes that we've created to manage that user behavior, those are very high on the radar of our regulators. We are even often summoned to the office of the governor of the Reserve Bank to give an update in terms of where we are in terms of this. So these things have been fully operationalized. We've built a platform with Banks of Africa. Banks engage with this with APIs. And I think also with the futuristic type of view that we have in place with PASA becoming a payments industry body, and we're potentially going to have non-banks that are participating there. In terms of this, we are already geared for the future. So with APIs and simple integration, as soon as that PIB model expands, and we need people to link into that model, so that as a user community and service providers, you will have a better understanding of sort of who you are doing business with in that environment. I think that sort of in a nutshell, and I've prepared a number of slides, but a lot of this is just talking to some of the detail. So if the presentation pack is going to be socialized, you'll see a lot of the information actually in some of the next slides that I've created, that I've then already actually spoken to. So I think, Leonie, in a nutshell, that's sort of the low-value debits update.
Thank you, Andre. So definitely payments is at the heart of the associations and our members. And the MFSA will remain close to the Payments Association of South Africa, the PSSF and the PIB to make sure that we speak on behalf of our members and their needs. But Andre, thank you so much for coming through today. Here's a gift for you and thank you for your time. We really do appreciate it. Good. I'm not going to take questions today. I think we are a little bit behind schedule, but if you do have questions, send it to us on the WhatsApp group, and then I'm going to send it through to Andre, and then we will definitely get back to you with answers. Great. So we are now up for a 30-minute break with the food and everything outside, and we'll see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
I know it's hard to remember the people we used to be. It's even harder to picture that you're not here next to me. You say it's too late to make it, but is it too late to try? And in our time that you wasted, all of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of the change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. All the fairy tales are full of it. One more stupid love song, I'll be safe. Oh, you turned your back on tomorrow, 'cause you forgot yesterday. I gave you my love to borrow, but you just gave it away. You can't expect me to be fine, I don't expect you to care. I know I said it before, but all of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? It's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, all those fairy tales are full of it. Yeah, now I'm at a payphone. Robert's got a quick hand. He'll look around the room, he won't tell you his plan. He's got a rolled cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's a cowboy kid, yeah. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, out from my crime. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, out from my gun. Daddy works a long day. He be coming home late, and he's coming home late, and he's bringing me a surprise. 'Cause dinner's in the kitchen and it's packed in nice. I've waited for a long time, and it's light in my hand. Is how I quick pull trigger. I reason in my cigarette and say your hair's on fire. You must have lost your wits, yeah. All the other kids with the pumped up kids who better run, out You can make it feel so real. 'Cause you can't deny you've blown my mind. When I touch your body, I feel I'm losing control. 'Cause you can't deny you've blown my mind. When I see you, baby, I just don't wanna let go. When you gonna stop breaking my heart? I don't wanna be another one, praying for the things I never done. Don't go to my love. I hate to see you cry, my love's dying inside. I hate to see you cry, my love's dying inside. But baby, when I run, I wanna do you. You won't see me cry. I'm hiding inside. My heart is in pain, but I'm smiling for you. Oh baby, I'll try to make this right. I need you moving there when I'm not with you. Please don't ask me why. Just kiss me this time. My only dream is about you and I.
Life's like a road that you travel on. There's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you track your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't want you anymore. Where the brave are free and lovers soar. Come right up into the distant shore. If you don't hesitate to go down the garden lane, just like the time you're This is the road and these are the hands. The most ain't outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. With a brave arm free and lover's soul, come ride with me to the distant shore. We don't hesitate to lay down garden road. This life
Okay, welcome back everyone. We look forward to this session with the National Credit Regulator. And once again, we would like to thank all of our sponsors for their contribution. So for the next part of the program, we will have Zolile presenting on NCR registrations, Sakalani on the compliance process. We will have a debt counseling panel discussion and also the NCR investigations. So Zolile, please make your way up to the stage. And while we're waiting for Zolile, we'll listen to a video of Experian. Welcome back, everyone. As I said, we've got Zolile presenting now from the NCR. He's the NCR registration manager. He was also the complaints manager. The association and Zolile work on a daily basis. We work together. We sort out members' inquiries and problems. And we believe that our relationship with the NCR is very good, and we will try to resolve things as soon as possible. Zolile, thank you so much for attending today, and we really look forward to your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as mentioned, that I'm from the registration department. We've got a team here from the NCR, but the main things that we will, as Leanne has mentioned, we've been engaging with the MFSA for some time, and we always come and where there's challenges from the credit providers, we engage. And now today, he just said, let me address the issues about legal entities, change of ownerships, and because that creates a lot of challenges for their members, and also issues of registration, renewal of registration, and I'll also touch base on the issues of lapsing of registration, and also the updating of consumer of registration information. Just on a high level, just to discuss what our role is as the registrations department. We mainly focus on registering our 5 types of registrants, which is the credit providers, ADRs, credit bureaus, as well as the PDAs. And we're also managing the renewal of registration, payment of renewal fees, and then we're also looking at lapsing and cancellation of registration, as well as managing of the register of registrants on our website, so that at least that information is updated on a daily basis, as well as printing of certificates. And I think, as I've just mentioned, mainly there are instances where there's change of ownerships, and then there's also legal entities that are involved. And with regard to our investigations department, on most instances, they'll go and do some investigations, only to find that now there's conflicting information, there's a different legal entity, but the certificate that they have belongs to a different entity. And this creates a challenge, and hence now we need to address such issues as well. That in what instances can an NCR certificate be transferred to another entity, or the instances as well on where there's no transferability of certificates. I'll make an example of franchises. There are different franchises here. They use the same trading name and all those stuff, and then the different entities register under that using the same trading name. But now, if there's change in ownership of that franchisor, and then the next thing is they'll just assume that that entity could just continue with the NCR registration certificate, whereas there's different scenarios, and hence we just need to touch with where there's a same legal entity, but only change of ownership. That certificate, that NCR registrant can still continue with that NCR registration number, and then there's no need for a new application because those are instances, just one legal entity. Mainly the issue here is about a legal entity that is registered currently with the NCR, which is the main focus that we are looking at. But however, there are certain documents that are needed in that instance where there's change of ownership. You'll find that because there's a change in a CIPC, and then we need those amended documentation from the CIPC as well, so that we can also update our records to see that whoever has been registered now, we update even the directorship in our systems and all those stuff. And also, one of those things, there's a part on the application form that will need new owners to sign, which is talks to, it's about 6, which is declaration by the applicant that he adhere to the issues of new registration. And then there's also part 7 of the application form that needs to be completed. That part 7 is also about disqualification of natural person, because as well as the regulator, we also have to see whether you qualify to be a director or not, because there's as per section 46, we have to also do those things. And also there's criminal clearance certificates that we'll need for each director or member. And then also those are things that are important for a person now who's taken over in this new entity that he needs to submit. And then also in a situation where now there's change, there's this ownership, and now it's a different legal entity. That is where now the issue that NCR CP number is not transferable. Then in that instance, a new application has to be submitted because it's a different entity, it's a different credit provider, and then a different owner. And then in that instance, we will not, that new application, it means that all registrants must cancel the registration if it's normal operate trading in their name. And now they've just transferred the ownership to another. And then the third scenario is instances of conversion. We find that there's those entities that were registered as CCs in the past, and during this period now they start converting to PTY. And then in those instances, because it's one and the same entity is just converted to but in that instance, they can still continue with the registration. We're using the NCRCP number. And then, however, and then there's no need for a new application. We just need amended documents that are new. And then as well as the information that I've attached on part on number 1, which is the part declaration, as well as the criminal clearance certificate. Those are the things that we need. And then in another scenario that we pick up, there will be people who are registered in their personal capacity. However, as time goes by, they decide to open a new registry, open a company. And then in that instance, however, they still hold the NCR registration number in their personal capacity. Some of the registrants assume that they'll just continue with that NCRCP number. That's another issue that we need. Once immediately they form a company, in that instance now, a new application has to be submitted, and there's no transferring of that NCR number. And hence, it's important that people understand that it's normal, and then on the individual capacity, they have to cancel that registration. Then the other challenge that has been picked up is the issues of renewal of registration. In this, in terms of Section 51, and all registrants have to renew their registration by the 31st of July each calendar year. And by so, then we normally send invoices upfront, around June, July, early, then we'll send renewal invoices to our registrants to ensure that they pay their renewal fees. However, some they'll fail. If they fail to pay by the 31st of July, the grace period of about 30 days that they can still pay. However, it's subject to penalties that they have to pay penalties on the. But the penalties are also prescribed as per the regulation. I'll just take a scenario of the last category because there's different categories of our registrants. There will be the lowest category is category 9, which currently their renewal fee is about 1,000 rand. And then that 1,000 rand from the 1st of August to the 15th of August, there's a 10%, which means there's a 100 rand additional penalty for that period. But from the 16th to the 31st of August, then there's about 20%, which is now 200 rand for that that needs to be paid as well. Technically, it means when that whoever is a registrant must also, when he realizes that he is not paid by the 31st of July, when he makes that payment, he must also put in that extra because it will, if he only pays only the 1,000 rand that is payable but not pay the penalty, that will delay us in issuing the certificate because we cannot pay without the penalty. And that's key that the registrants also, because already on our invoice we specify that you will be charged penalties. And those are the things that also delay registrants information, registrant getting their certificate, and it becomes a problem. And then if they fail to pay within that grace period, then the registration lapses. And I'll just touch on that later about the implications of lapsing. Then once the registration is lapsed, if you fail to pay within that grace period of 30 days, then the implications are you are no more allowed to offer credit or engage in any activities that like the credit is continuing to issue credit because your registration has lapsed. And also just in public, you must not hold yourself as if you are still offering those credits. And then the other challenge that we also find, we'll find that people now come the 31st of August, that grace period comes and go. September, October, they realize that now they've lapsed, and then they start paying. And then once they are paid, they want us to reinstate that registration. That's also, we're not able to reinstate the registration because you've had a period wherein you were given a grace period to pay. However, you fail, and then in that instance, immediately after that, you're operating without being registered. And in that process, it means you are also those contracts that will be entered while you were not registered. Then if we say accept that, it will be like we're condoning what you've done, and that's what we're not going to reinstate. Then it means once you decide to say you still want to continue trading, then it means we have to start the process altogether because we can also just give you a new registration number, and then we have to make a new application. Then we can start assessing you as a new registrant. And then one of the key challenges as well, I think, so that we can assist each other we want as an NCR to keep up to date with your information so that we can be able to communicate with all our registrants. If there's any developments like circulars and all those stuff, we need to ensure that all that information is given, it goes to the right people, as well as if invoices as well. Because the challenge that we normally find as well is instances where people will say, I've never received my invoice, hence the reason why I failed to pay my registration fees, my renewal fees. However, it also becomes a responsibility of the registrant. I think I must just emphasize that to say, irrespective of whether you've received the invoice or not, it's still your responsibility as the registrant to ensure that you are paid, because we all know that the renewal is at the 31st of July. The certificate that you have will all going to expire in the 31st of July. Even if you have not received the invoice, contact NCR to ensure that they must send you the invoice. If so, however, as well, because the information will rely on the principal debt that you have, because you still submit, you have to expect to submit your Form 39 that will determine, because we use that information to determine what fees you have to pay. And then it's key that you also pay the invoices, and you can also do the calculation by yourselves, even if you have not received the information, the invoices. But it's also important to touch base before, so that there's no shortfall in the processes. I think that's, as I've just touched, it's important that registrants give information, so updated information, so that we can be in a position to communicate between NCR as well as the credit provider. And then as I've just mentioned, the challenge is people not submitting their Form 39, which will also determine the amount that is due and payable for the renewal fee. And that creates a problem. You find that now the invoice that we've given is incorrect, and then that there's dispute later to say, no, my principal debt currently is so much, but you billed me on this specific invoice. And that creates a problem and delays the process of getting the renewal certificate out there to the registrant. And it's very important that we assist each other in that process. But I think my colleague will touch more when it deals with the compliance part. And then also one other issue that we pick up that also becomes a problem when it comes to renewal time. You'll find that a credit provider has lost, let's say, an example of 20 branches. Subsequent to that, he's closed the branches, about 5, 10, 15, 10, let's say 10, he's left with 10. However, based on our information, we'll just bill them based on the principle of the number of branches that they currently have on our system, because they've never informed us. And then it becomes also an issue when there's invoices and then there's discrepancies in invoices and payments that needs to be paid. And then that delays the process of us issuing certificates. And then that becomes takes a while, so that because they will pick up that there's a shortfall, whereas on your side, you know that you only have 10, but on our system, we only have about 20 branches. And the opposite is true as well. You'll find that they've added more branches, and we only on our side, we're only just gonna print what we give the certificate only for the 10, whereas we've already got 20, and then that also becomes because we didn't know. And then it's important that we update that information, even the number of branches. I think as now we know that July is coming, all the registrants, we just have to maybe make sure that the information that we have on our system, we send the updated information so that we are in a position to be able to have the correct invoices that are being sent to the registrants. And the other challenge that we pick up, even in our invoices, whenever we say people, when maybe make their payment, they must use the NCRCP number as their source of reference, so that it's easy for us as a regulator as well to our finances to allocate those payments. We've got quite a lot of money sitting in suspense. Other people, when they renew, they use their trading name. Others will use their names and what have you, and then it becomes difficult to allocate. It will take a while for us to allocate because the system is built that we normally use the NCR reference, NCRCP number as part of the payment, so that's easy to allocate those payments. And also create a delay in us getting the certificates out there. And then also, as the other part, as I think I've already mentioned, that when they pay after the 31st of July, it also becomes a problem because they only pay what was the renewal fee and fail to pay the penalties. And also we cannot issue certificates without those penalties having been paid. And that also becomes a main challenge that we have. I think the other challenge that we pick up as NCR, in the past, what we used to do, immediately upon printing the certificates, we'll send them through the post office. However, we'll always inform our registrants, give them the tracking number and all those stuff. However, because of the post office, some days it's definitely not reliable. And what we've implemented in the last few years, we normally email a soft copy to the registrants and give them an option to say, you either come and collect, because I think once they collected their certificate, it's easier, if more especially those who are around Gauteng, instead of us posting and then it also disappear or get lost within the post office, or the post office return to us. And now you as a credit provider, you don't have a certificate in your hand. And when our inspections, the investigations come and you don't have your certificate, and it becomes a problem because even our monitoring and all those stuff. But we also ask more especially those who are outside of the country, outside of the province, maybe to send courier services. It's easier and for them to just pick up, and some of them are already doing that. But we also find ourselves, we've got so many certificates that are sitting in our offices that we've already sent copies, but we need people to collect their original certificate as well, because it's key. Even some courts now will insist on the copy, or when that people must bring their original certificate, so that even whenever measures are taken. And then also, one of the things as well, when there's cancellation, you'll find there's a specific form as per the regulations, which is Form 10, that needs to also be completed when there's a cancellation of registration. We find that most registrants, upon cancellation, they'll just send a Form 10 or maybe they just also don't send anything once they've just, because they are no more involved in the business. And we to keep those that information. However, it's important there are specific requirements that you need also to accompany the Form 10, which is an affidavit, and also if you still your original certificate, you must send it to us as well, and also specify what has happened to the principal debt, because one of the key things as well, you cannot just cancel registration whereas you're still collecting, because it will also be a problem with also when it comes to collection with you while you're still having a loan book, whereas on the other side, you've canceled your registration. Those are key things that we also have to ensure that when it comes to the issues of cancellation, what documentation needs to have to be taken. And then also touching on the issues of updating information. On our website, we've got a registrant information update form, which is key that you can use that form to also update the information that you have on the system, so that at least on our side as well, we can update that information. Come the renewal time, it's easy that at least now all the communication you have, and then also whatever happens, there's also information that comes out, and then must be able to receive such information. And then also when it comes to the additional branches, you'll find that people are adding branches. There's also an update form that's additional branch form on our system. But for each branch where there's a fee of 250 rand that needs to be added in that, because we charge 50 rand for 50 rand, 250 rand for additional branches. Then I've just touched on the voluntary cancellation, that Form 10, and also what it needs to happen. Just on a high level, just also these are the stats of our figures as at the 28th of February. Currently, we've got about 6,577 credit providers registered, which covers about 43,704 branches. And also we've got debt cancelers, 1525, and PDA is about 4, and ADR. But the information, as I've just mentioned, the challenge that we're also finding is mainly now on the guys that don't pay, and then they renew when the registration lapses. Then we still have to go back and make a new application. That's also a tedious process that we need to also make sure that we don't find ourselves at the registrant have to reapply, because it also affects you now because of the now there's going to be a new registration number that you still have to, even on your credit agreement, that will also be impacted. Then those, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zolile. I think I just want to add to everything that he has said. So the association has found all of these instances where we had trouble. So about 2 months ago, one of our bigger members didn't have an updated NCR certificate, and the bank actually closed their account. So within 24 hours, we could sort it out with Zolile. We could assist our member to make sure that he can be operational. So if you look at registrations, you would think it's a mundane thing, it's an administrative thing, but it becomes very, very important. So what the association also did is we have a link on our website where you can click on that link, fill in your information if you require renewal certificates. That information immediately gets sent to Zolile, and we sort it out as soon as possible. So registrations is very important for us. We've also had instances where some of our members didn't renew their registrations. They went through the grace period, it lapsed, and they had to re-register again. So the problem with that is compliance and investigation sitting in front here, because now you're giving out loans, but you're actually not allowed to do it. So everything is saying here, we've had the practical experience of those problems. Zolile, from my side, so the registrants are obviously quite a lot. And I know that you registered quite a lot of one-man shows, in the previous year. Do you foresee in the previous year what you've seen in your trends that their registration lapses, they don't renew? How are they also finding the compliance requirements when they register?
Yes, we picked up that there's quite a few of those that have lapsed, and now they have to come back and make new applications. And that's also because of that compliance now. It means also affects even our compliance department whenever they do monitoring or investigation. because now there was that gap when there was not registered, and that needs to be looked at as well, of all those contracts that were entered into. But also when it comes to them now, also having to complete the criminal clearance, vetting, and all those stuff, it becomes a tedious process for them, because we know some steps sometimes take a while for them to get that information, and it also delays their process of registration. And those are the challenges that they are picking up.
Yes, definitely. And do you see new big entrants into the markets, like big companies registering, or is it usually growth within the market?
Currently, we have not seen much of the growth, and mostly it's also this consolidation, mainly that is happening, that we're picking up in this industry currently, and also maybe because of the current economic environment, maybe there's still, but for now, there's not much. But yeah, as I'm saying, we're just getting more of those who were lapsed and coming back.
Okay, great. Because that's also what we are seeing, is we are seeing consolidation, not necessarily, you know, a guy with 100 branches entering the market. So it's consolidation within the NCR and within the credit providers. And then we've also seen, you know, people buying over offices, then desktop compliance, you know, is requested, but that person doesn't own that office anymore. So just making sure that that administration is also up to date. I think there's definitely more opportunity for the association and the registrations department to work together to see how we can also assist the smaller guys to become compliant, because the research that we're doing with the IFC, the NCR, and SACRA on data and the submissions of small guys, you know, I really think we are making good strides there. So any questions from yourselves? Okay. Thank you so much, Solile. Thank you for coming. Here's your gift. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we are going to welcome Takalani to the stage. She is the new manager of compliance. And you know what? If you're new, you always sweep clean. So let's watch out for her. And while we're waiting for her to come onto the stage, we are going to listen to a video of Micah Max.
I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. You got those pretty eyes in your head, you know it. You got me dancing in my bed, so let me show it. You are exactly what I want, kinda cool and kinda not. Wanna give myself to you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof. You got me stuck on the thought of you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought.
Always so uplifting, these Micah Max videos and songs. Thank you so much for the great information. Like I said, Takalani has been with the NCR for quite a number of years. Since 2008, she was appointed head of compliance in the call center in 2015, and she's currently the head of compliance within the NCR since October 2022. She's got more than 20 years working experience in this challenging roles, and we do welcome her to the stage today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I feel a bit intimidated. I was telling my colleague that I don't wear glasses normally. So I was just trying to intimidate you so that you can take the compliance aspect seriously. But I think compliance department is the softer approach. And that's how I view compliance. I've been with the NCR for so many years dealing with complaints, and that is the most difficult space. With compliance, I'm finding ways to do things differently. And yes, we're going to work together. We're not going to fight at all. We're going to work together. So Leon gave me, she gave me a few things that I need to talk about. And she also said to me, I can engage you on issues that are of a concern. She said I should talk about the desktop monitoring compliance that you've all seen happening lately. I'm sure you are used to how we used to do things before COVID, which was on-site visit, areas of non-compliance, what can you do better, and also issues relating to reckless lending and cost of credit. Okay. Okay, so within the compliance department, how we do the compliance monitoring exercises, I'm not going to talk to you about all the topics that I've put there. I'm going to talk about the specific ones, but just to mention a few things that we do and how we would want you to assist us. So there's submissions of the statutory forms or the reports that you all are aware of, and we really, really encourage you to do that. That is how we also do compliance monitoring. Upon receipt of those reports, we analyze them and check what is happening in your space and how we can support you or what feedback we can give to you. We also look at the conditions of registrations. So meaning that everything that you sign for to say you're going to comply with, we look at that. The main topic, the desktop monitoring exercise or the on-site visits, also the market conduct and the industry workshops. So my presentation is not going to be too detailed because there's too much calculations in what we do in the compliance space. So if there's a need for a training on a specific issue, we are available as a department. So with regard to the conditions of registrations, high level, we look at the general conditions where, like I said, the submissions of reports and the returns. If we are doing the on-site visit, just to make sure that you display your certificates and the window decal. Also, the biggest challenge, notifying the NCR when you change your contact details. This is where the problem is. Whether we are doing desktop monitoring exercise or we do on-site visits, the team is coming to your offices, they are not finding anyone. So please do make sure that you update that information. The payment of renewal fees, my colleague spoke about it. The language policy, the BBBE, and combating of over-indebtedness. We look at that as well when we do the exercises. Some of the types of reports that are applicable, the Form 39, as emphasized by my colleague, very critical that you submit the form. Yes, we are supporting the minister insofar as red tapes is concerned or are concerned. So we are aware that some people say Form 39 is a bit complicated to complete. So we're finding ways of how we can reduce this form in order to assist you in completing the forms. We've got the compliance reports, if they're applicable to you, the Form 40, the assurance engagement reports, and the annual financial statements. The challenges with regard to that, like I said, there's non-submissions. If we do the numbers, there's really lack of submissions of this report. Sometimes reports are not being submitted on time. Also inconsistencies in submitting the returns. And what we hear most of the times when we try to engage the industry is that people don't know how to complete these forms. So if we are not available in assisting you, please make sure that you engage us so that we can be able to assist you. We don't want to have inaccurate information at the end of the day. Then the topic of the day, which is compliance monitoring. As the department, we are mandated by Section 15C of the NCA, where we need to make sure that we monitor the consumer credit market and ensure that prohibited conduct is prevented, detected. I will leave the last part because I think that is more the end of prosecuting. In our department, we don't really do that a lot. We want to come up with a softer approach. So don't look at me as a bad police. She's gonna come. So the forms of monitoring that we do, the desktop monitoring exercise, I will tell you how we do it. It's more or less the same as the on-site monitoring visit. The monitoring visits, lately we are doing them because of the ICT challenges that we are experiencing in the office. So we then do the on-site visit in order to engage you. And I think it gives us more time as well to engage on issues that you are experiencing. And also, like I said, through the analysis of the reports. This monitoring exercise, they assist you to increase the level of compliance. So our intention is not to come and close shops or to come in and close doors for you. It's to make sure that you continue complying with the NCA and other relevant legislations. Also, for me, what is important with the experience that I have from the complaints department is that we need to be able to reduce the number of complaints that are received. If we get compliance right, we need to see that through the complaints that are being received. And also, be rest assured, compliance is not punitive, is more of a corrective measure. And that's the approach that we want to face and to make sure that we move along those lines. So how it is conducted, we contact, through the desktop, we'll contact the registrants and ask them to give us a list of the credit agreements entered into with consumers for a specific period. And then we request that you provide such documents or the list within 5 days or 5 business days. Then the NCR will randomly select a sample or a sample of credit agreements from the list. You will be very surprised that most of the times we might select only 5. And out of the 5, you find yourself being one of those who are in bad luck because there is non-compliance from that 5. I don't know how the team does that, but most of the time when they take the sample from the 5, they always find something. They can take more than that, but due to capacity, they will decide on how they do that. After that, we're going to request documentation from you, documentations which we require that you submit within 5 days as well. We will analyze the documents we receive, and then we're going to communicate the outcome. The list there is the documents that we would usually require, and we expect you to have these documents readily available for us. It will be obviously your pre-agreement statement and quotation, the credit agreements, affordability assessment conducted. And this information is important for us because what we look for mostly is reckless lending and the cost of credit, if these are being done correctly. So we will request those documents. Yes, we find challenges there and there because of how documents are stored from your side. There will be back and forth in terms of receiving these documentations, which takes longer for us to finalize our assessments. With regard to reckless lending, the issues that are there when we assess the documents is that the credit provider will fail to conduct an assessment, like completely fail to conduct an assessment, as required by Section 81(2) of the NCA, irrespective of what the outcome would be if the assessment was done. So it's really, really important that we conduct this assessment. We are not only in the business of making money. We need to also support or make sure that these consumers that are taking up these loans, they are able to afford them at the end of the day. Also, having conducted an assessment, you continue and enter into reckless lending or into this credit agreements with this consumer, regardless of the outcome. The most important one that we are picking up, and I don't know how this is happening or how we are allowing this in our space, it is when consumers have applied for debt review. And then we continue and grant credit on a consumer who's already over indebted. Some people will say in the application form, the consumer ticked, no, I'm not under debt review. But then some of the documents that we request is the credit report. And the credit report will be very clear, indicating that this consumer has been declared over indebted and for some time. So at the time of applying for this credit or when it was granted, the consumer was already over indebted. So we need to make sure that we refrain from that. We've picked that up a lot recently. Some of the principles relating to Regulation 23A, when we are conducting the affordability assessment, let's make sure that we take practical steps to verify consumer income. Let's make sure that we do that. If income shows material variance, let's take the average. I'm sure you know the process, but just to emphasize that you take the average of gross income of at least 3 months. Also, let's make sure that we obtain the list of the consumer's accurately disclosed financial obligations. Let's cover ourselves instead of just taking information at face value. Let's calculate. I know that there have been issues in the industry relating to the expense norm table, but that is a discussion for another day. I don't have solutions. I don't know what's happening in that space, but I've heard that people are talking about it a lot. But let's use that table to calculate the expenses as well. There will be exceptional cases where a consumer will say or give you different expenses, and yes, you can accept that, but this consumer must complete a questionnaire. I just put it there on bold so that we emphasize on that. They must complete a questionnaire so that tomorrow they don't come to us and say, I did not say this. These are my expenses. So let's make sure that we get them to sign that. You get a copy of the consumer's credit report. That helps obviously with their obligations and also what I've mentioned previously with regard to consumers that are under debt review, to make sure that we check that. The credit report cannot be older than 7 business days. There's few instances where we've picked that up. That is also not allowed. You need to make sure that you get a recent credit report. I didn't know that my slides were doing this. And then we go to cost of credit. We also check the fees. As you all know, the fees that are supposed to be charged there in terms of Section 101 of the NCA, your initiation fee. I saw that the systems that you use in calculating that, but 3, I think, are a bit of a problem. Initiation fee when it comes to pro rata, service fee as well when it comes to pro rata, as well as short-term loan. And the short-term loan is not even the calculation, it's the fact that there is a 5% and then there's a 3% later on. So it seems like some credit providers no longer prefer the short-term loan, but we need to make sure that we calculate interest correctly. I won't bore you with the calculations. I'm sure that the slides are available. So if you want to see how we do, but it's there in the NCA anyway, in the regulations. So I was just showing you how the calculations are done insofar as the initiation fee is concerned. And then as well, that is just an example. We just took one example to show you the practical example of how it's calculated. And then we go to service fee as well. Service fee, it covers the cost of administering a credit agreement, your operational cost, any other cost relating to administering that credit agreement. So this is a bit of a challenge, I think, for us. Like I said, when it comes to how you calculate it pro rata, there can be a mistake and then there can be systematic issues. So we need to make sure that we fix that if it's systematic issues. And then I won't go through that slide. I was just giving an example on how one can calculate the service fee. Also the table there that shows the interest that needs to be charged. It is there in Regulation 42. You can just go through that as well. Insofar as non-compliance is concerned, so if we're doing these compliance exercises and we pick up that there was non-compliance, we're going to send you what we call an instructional letter where we require you to rectify, and then we'll tell you how you do that. And there's a bit of resistance in so far as that is concerned, in that there will be delay in responses, or at times people don't comply at all with that. And like I said, with our approach is for you to rectify. And the decision that we've taken in this coming financial year, coming the 1st of April, is that if credit providers are not responding to our instructional letters because it's a softer approach, then comes Leanne. So we're no longer going to say, do this back and forth of asking you to please respond to our instructional letters. We're not going to do that. So we've just decided we're going to move over everything that we did the previous financial year to Leanne to proceed with a formal investigation, where an inspector now will be appointed, and then they will continue with a formal investigation, and then they will decide if that matter needs to be referred to the tribunal. From our department as well, we can also issue a compliance notice. But honestly, like I said, the easiest approach for me is to make sure that we engage regularly and we correct whatever that needs to be corrected. The challenges, like I said, lack of cooperation from registrants, failure to update contact details. It will be your email, telephone numbers, or your physical address, incomplete information submitted insofar as the credit application is concerned, lack of record keeping. I know some people will use electronic systems, some are still using manual systems. So let's make sure that we comply with the Act. Thank you. That was the end of my presentation. And please don't ask me questions. Leanne is coming.
Thank you so much, Takalani. Like I always say, you know, if you get into investigations, that's red. Compliance is still orange. I see there's a hand at the back. Miranda, can you take a microphone to Oker, please? Yes.
So we find on the credit report, not all credit providers report loans or upload the data on the credit report. So in some cases, that credit report has no meaning, firstly. And the second problem with the credit report is we find, especially, and unfortunately, I'm sorry to say it, maybe there's debt counselors in the room, that there is debt counselors that is keeping clients hostage by phoning them and explaining that they're going to settle all their loans and pay everything, putting the client under a false pretense that he's getting somewhere help to settle all the loans, and then the client say yes on the phone, and that is being taken that the client have undersigned debt counsel application, when that client not even seen or had any meeting or consultation with a debt counselor, and then those debt counselors refuse to remove that from the client's credit report, and that keep them hostage to get money from the client. I think there's very serious things happening in that environment. And my concern is that credit report so reliable that I can work off it?
Thank you for that very important question. And I wish Sakra team was here, because we do engage with them insofar as that is concerned. And I think the main problem that we've picked up insofar as credit reports are concerned is that they update, that information is supposed to be updated within 30 days. So there are these clever consumers who will apply for credit within that period or before the information is updated. So when we do our compliance monitoring exercises and we are analyzing the report, we are able to pick that up relating to when did this consumer apply for, you know, different credit products. So it is a difficult one, like you said, but we do analyze that information and make sure that we rely on information that is correct. And it's correct that when they come to you at that time, that information is not yet there. But we are able to see that, to pick that up because we engage, especially from the compliance side. I think it would be easier because now we'll be engaging different credit providers to check what is happening in that. But indeed, we need to fix that with different credit bureaus. We normally engage a lot with Howard and the team, and I think that is something that we always talk about as well. So we will continue looking into that. I don't want to get into Benet's space. I saw he is here. I do know that. I've seen that when I was in the complaints department to say there's a lot of marketing that is happening in a way that we don't promote as a regulator. One of the responsibilities or the task that has been given to our department as compliance, it is also to monitor ADRs. So while we're still trying to figure out, because we only have few, I think you saw there's only 7. So while we're still trying to figure out how to do that, we've seen that there's others that are acting as ADRs while they're not registered. So I think that is what we need to clean up. But the debt cancelling space, yes, there's challenges indeed, and that needs to be worked on. It's just unfortunate that today that discussion is not there. It's a very sensitive and a big issue that needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes, sir. So I think with regards to debt counseling, the panelists are here. We are going to discuss it in depth. Then there's also a new appointment at the NCR, Louise Page. She's also here today. And I think, you know, we should have these kind of discussions with the NCR as well to say, how are we going to resolve these issues? I know Louise is still new, so it is difficult to get to everything, but we have had 2 meetings with the NCR on these specific matters. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. My first question is about monitoring. I remember they once requested us to submit the documentation. Unfortunately, they pick up a client where we're conducting a test. Then later on, the person who was responsible requested us to pay him some money. I don't know what is happening in NCR. That is number 1. And then number 2, okay. Or can I repeat it? Yeah, I'm saying there was, they requested us to give the list of clients, and then they pick up, like we've been saying, to say they pick up maybe 1 or 3, they pick up maybe it was a test conducted against the system, then they pick up that client. Then they wanted the documentation. Fine, they were not there because it was a test. But the person who was requesting the information said to us, we must pay him something. This is what we experienced. And then secondly, I just want to check, I'm a bit worried about this renewal of certificates because we're not getting them. Even if after we've paid, after we've submitted those form 39. Usually previously we're getting them by a post office, but now like we're saying, the delays, etc. So these are the challenges, especially people like myself, I'm from Nelspruit. And I'm checking whether is it not possible for NCR to have a link where all the registrants are able to submit their document via that link from form 39 up to the last form, including the renewal of certificate. So this is another thing that I'm checking whether it is not possible. And another challenge that we're having, when we are contacting NCR, we can't find people there. The phone will ring, and then later on, nothing. So actually, sometimes we are not getting assisted because you'll phone, you will find no one, you'll phone tomorrow, no one is responding. I don't know what is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, the last one just got like a standing on. I'm even scared to comment on that. Okay, the first one almost stopped my heart from beating. And I wouldn't really want to deliberate on it, but to have a conversation with you because that is very, very serious. I do not expect that at all. We are a government entity. So none of our services, including training you how to complete a Form 39 step by step, are paid for. And also with the registrants, I would really, really discourage you from paying any fees where there's non-compliance, because it might not be compliance department, it can be investigations department, or any other department. But that is a scary situation, and I would really, really want to take it on, like seriously. So please say, I think after this meeting, let me know who that is so that we can attend to that. Please, let's do that. The other question relating to us not being contactable. Yes, we've been having challenges insofar as our telephones are concerned, or with load shedding in terms of our telephone systems. But I always say that with my team, when I engage them, I always say that we don't come with problems without solutions, right? So the yes, hi, no, let's come up with the solutions. So I'm standing before you now committing to saying, because I'm taking it's for compliance, right? Not everything else. We've got a team of senior officers in the department who've been given official cell phones. And if it means that we give away, it's not their personal cell phones, we're gonna give out, it's 3 of them. So I'm committing to saying we're gonna give you their cell numbers so that you can be able to contact them, because I do know, because they're working from home, sometimes it's difficult, but they will have to be accessible on those cell phone numbers. So that's my commitment in order to resolve that issue. And then if it's not settled, she will let me know, but that's how I can best resolve it.
Thank you so much. We are also in solution mode, but I feel that also if they can't get a hold of them, please contact the association so that I can escalate the matter. And then we will get those cell phone numbers from you and start distributing them. Great. Thank you so much.
She will hand it over when she goes out.
Thank you so much. Here's your gift, and thank you for the valuable information that you presented to us. And we look forward to networking with you even more. No, you can put that one. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, up next, we've got our panel discussion. And while our panelists, Benay and Reinhard, comes up, we are going to listen to a video of SureCard.
We pride ourselves on knowing who our clients are and what they value most. That's why at SureCard, we never disregard your unique brand, but rather we strive to complement and elevate it. Allow us to accentuate your business with a dash of color and offer your clients a fully fledged bank account that not only adds value to your current service offering, but enriches their banking experiences. Together, we provide your clients with more than just a cash card. With an affordable SureCard, they can use any ATM across the country, perform low-cost point-of-sale transactions with the latest tap-and-go functionality, all whilst receiving quality client service and support. With our powerful all-in-one products and platforms, you don't need to send your clients to a potential competitor for issuing bank account statements. Instead, gain their trust and strengthen your relationships by providing a variety of instant banking services right at your branch. Even better, SureCard offers enticing benefits that make it easier for your customers to switch, including free mobile banking for checking balances, paying beneficiaries, buying airtime or electricity, and so much more. Cardholders also receive a free grocery coupon booklet with savings up to the value of 400 Rand. And if you wish to include it, funeral cover for the cardholder. We take pride in your work and are committed to your success. Lower your risk, increase your income, and expand your brand potential. Let us add color to your life. Contact us today.
Thank you so much, SureCard. So debt counseling for me is almost personal because it keeps me up at night. It makes me work harder than I should. And I think that we should get a solution for the industry. So what the association did is we developed a new product for you guys. We call it our Debt Counseling 101 Manual. So this is taking everything that comes to my desk on a daily basis and putting it in a manual for you guys. So we're focusing on reckless lending. Our members getting contacted by debt counselors and saying, it's reckless, we're going to take you to the NCR. And it gives you templates and all of the information that you have to send to debt counselors in order to answer them. What can I do when a client applied for debt review and defaults on payments? So when can I take legal action? What is my process that I have to follow? What can I do when a client gets a loan and tonight he goes under debt counseling? So all of that basic stuff, we put in a booklet for you now. So this booklet is free for digital for our members to download. However, if you would like a hard copy like this, you can order it online. We will send you a link and then we will courier it for you as well. Non-members will have to pay an extensive fee in order to get access to this information. It was developed by Timmy van der Gryp in collaboration with the association, and he also used to work with the NCR. This is really crucial information for our members, focusing on when you can withdraw from the debt review process, accepting and countering certain proposals if you're not happy with a proposal, exactly what you can do in order to assist you. So it's a very operational booklet, and I would recommend that everyone in your office at least has one. So if you look at your notepads and there's a sticker on the back, maybe just turn your notepads on your table, then you are eligible for a free booklet that we can give out to you now. So while we are talking, just raise your hands and Miranda will dish out your booklet for you. Yes. So just to, entice you a bit of the information. Great. Miranda's going to hand them out. And guys, please go through the information and make sure that you are educated. And if you don't have a booklet, make sure that you order one. So while Miranda is handing out the booklets, I want to introduce our panelists. So we've got Reinhard Pettenberg here. He's the president of the DECASA, the Debt Counselling Association of South Africa. He's also the CEO of Debt Therapy, and he has been in the debt counselling industry for quite a while. Then we have Benay Sager. He's got a PhD and an MBA from Georgia Tech in Atlanta, and he's joined IDM in 2013. He's also part of an association, and he's led international studies in the psychology of debt. We also have Timmy van der Gryp, who's going to join us online, and he was part of the National Credit Regulator. He also assisted with the debt counselling processes, and he has assisted us to talk and to write this booklet. So I want to welcome these gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us. And as you can see, this is a very interesting topic for our members. So let's start talking about debt counselling. So Reinhard, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about DECASA and what you are seeing within the DECASA space and difficulties. Yep.
All right, can you hear me? Lovely. So DECASA is the Debt Counselling Association of South Africa, and we're a group of debt counsellors. We encourage all debt counsellors to become part of DECASA, as we want to regulate the industry to make sure that people are doing things correctly. Right. Unfortunately, at this stage, not everybody has to belong to an association. So this is something that we have been working with the NCR quite closely with, where we've been saying, in terms of registration, why can't we get people, all debt counsellors to belong to an association? Right. So if we belong to an association, then there are a lot of rogue elements out there, and this is what we're trying to get rid of. These are the frustrations you're having, and it's frustrating for everyone. And trust me. Just to go back on your question up there when you sort of said a debt counsellor is holding somebody hostage where the client hasn't signed anything. And something like that is quite simple. It's a complaint to the NCR because that debt counsellor needs to prove that the client has signed the Form 16, right? Physically signed the Form 16, and then registered it together with a copy of the gentleman's ID or lady's ID. Otherwise, you cannot register it on the DHS system and place a person under debt review. So just in that instance, there will be something, it would be a complaint to the NCR and state that that particular debt counsellor, the client never signed anything and there's no proof of anything, and that should be looked at for and rectified. All right. So just a bit more about the association. We have 350 members, and if you do have a problem with any debt counsellor, I mean, we do have a sort of portal. I mean, not a portal at this stage, but there will be one where you can make a complaint against one of our sort of debt counsellors, and we shall investigate. And if that debt counsellor is found to be at fault, we will certainly take action and actually have them removed from our from our association and have them reported directly to the National Credit Regulator. So trust me, we want to work together with you. We want everything to work well. I do understand there are issues, but my line is always open. You've got Vanessa at the CASA. You can email at any stage, right? We are here to help you and work together with you. So that's pretty much the CASA in a nutshell.
Right. So these are the two associations that the MFSA also works with. Louise Page is here from the NCR and Timmy van der Gryp is on the screen as well. Benay, tell us a little bit about statistics around debt counseling. And I see, you did a lot of research on debt as well. And because what we really want is debt counselors to assist credit providers to get their money back. So there is solutions. I want debt counselors to be seen as our friends. But at this stage, there's obviously some practicalities that has to be sorted out.
Yeah, thanks, Leonie. Nice to be here, everyone. I think similar to Reinhard, I share your frustrations with some other debt counselors. Trust me, they're more frustrating for us than they are for you. And I think your point is completely valid. I just want to point out the people who want to make this work are the people in this room. Like the people who are the rogue elements are not the ones who are going to go and sign up for an association and so on. I think we need to keep that in mind. So having said that, they only asked me to share some stats. So where do I begin? Maybe just a question to this group. I did this morning, so it's a bit of a quiz and just everyone get you going. How much money do you think your members received from consumers who are in debt counseling in 2022? Shout out a number. No guesses? Sorry? 10 billion. 3. You close, Tennis? Is actually not that close, maybe. Debt counselor consumers who pay through the PDA are paying back around 800 to 1 billion rand per month. Okay, that changes quite a bit depending on month because depends on the end dates and all of that. There's quite a bit of movement. So call it 12 billion or so. The members, so microfinance in particular, I think gets a share of between 1.5 and 2 billion. But I know not everyone is your member. So, your membership base, it's about 200 million. It's actually quite a bit of money if you think about it in terms of what gets repaid back. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. How we see ourselves plugging in is we're part of the same ecosystem. My number one job actually is not to cater to the wishes and luxuries of a consumer. Believe it. It's actually to get you your money back. That's our number one goal. Our number one goal is to actually rehabilitate the consumers financially. So we looked at this quite a bit to see how long it takes consumers in general. It takes about 54 months for someone to rehabilitate, pay back the debt that they've got, unsecured debt. And I'm talking about the people who actually continue and pay. And actually what's more interesting is that their credit score generally is higher than when they first started, if they carry on with the program and they pay back. And most of them appear to be active in the lending space, borrowing again, within 2 months of getting a clearance, which is, again, going back to the point we made, we want these people, these consumers, the people who developed the National Credit Act, they had the foresight to see, and at some point, consumers are going to trip. And what can we do to help them rehabilitate? We want to work and to make it work. And I think for those consumers who are serious about it, those are the ones who actually come to debt counseling and make it work. So I think that also more stats we can share. There's about 220,000 active consumers in debt counseling, paying at any stage. But there's about 700,000 people listed on the credit bureau as being on the debt counseling. You might ask me, well, what are the rest doing? The other 500,000. And I say, that's a great question.
Yeah.
We need to ask that question to credit bureaus. So, no, I'm joking, not to throw the credit bureaus under the bus. What happens is that a lot of consumers join the program and they don't continue or they cannot continue. Okay, if something happens, or in the case that Okut mentioned, some of them are in a way duped into going under the program. We won't lie to you. We know who these characters are. We know the DCs. And essentially, people are signed up without their necessary consent. So the balance between the 200,000 and 500,000 is made up of consumers who pay directly to credit providers. There are some of them. I don't imagine that number being a lot. I think it's somewhere between 30 to 50,000 people. But the rest are individuals who were fine and at some point they stopped paying and they're in a dormant status. So they're still listed as being under the credit and debt counseling as the bureau. That means you can't lend to them. And at some point, one believes that they will come back and say, you know what, I want to pay my debt and get my clearance and so on. But it still needs to run its course. I think we need to see it. And over the years, 1.5 million people more or less benefited from debt counseling. So it's not small numbers, it's quite large. You think about the population we have, it's about 26, 27 million credit active. It's quite a large population, and we think there are many more out there who could benefit from it. As long as they satisfy the two conditions, as I say. One, they have to have a source of income, pay back the debt. And two, most importantly, they have to be over-indebted. We have to be able to prove that the expenses and the debt repayments put together are more than the take-home pay. Now, I think I want to pose a challenge. One of the challenges we face is a lot of consumers will come to you and say, embellish the income. They say, I earn $1 million and I spend 10,000 Rand a month. I have all this disposable income. Give me money. I'm exaggerating a bit, but that's generally what happens. People lie. We know this. Consumers lie. They come to us, it's the other way around. They'll say, I owe $1 million and I only earn 10,000 Rand. Help me pay back this debt. So where we can cooperate more, and we try to do this on a large scale with many of you members, is actually understanding what was the information that was declared to you, particularly with income. That's where things go pear-shaped. What did the consumer say their income is, verbally or in writing? Often consumers will have secondary income that they will declare verbally, but when they come to us, they'll say they don't have that income. So it's quite an important point for us to understand. And what were the expenses they declared to you? And often that's where we miss each other, in terms of that. So I think there's some opportunities to collaborate on that.
I think that's a very fair comment. And Timmy, I'm going to give it to you. What does a credit provider do when he goes to the consumer goes to him and says, yes, I want a loan, and tonight he's under debt counseling. And when you look at the affordability, it differs completely. So in that instances, what is the rights and the processes of a credit provider to act on this?
Thanks, Leonie. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure being here. I think if you look at Regulation 23, and specifically the affordability regulations, it was written so that everybody can be on the same page, that the credit provider do the affordability assessment on a certain format, and that when it comes to the debt counselor, that they do it on the same format as well. And that's what Benay was saying, is that when you get to this type of thing, especially what the consumer wants to achieve by getting a loan, then they earn more. By going under debt counseling, they earn less. And there has to be some uniformity when it comes to working out the income and working out the expenses. Now, it's very complicated because you start looking at the task team agreements that come into place on what is necessary expenses, what is luxury expenses. But I think it's important that everybody has general understanding of the regulations, have a general understanding as to how the other party is going to be looking at it. So from a credit provider's point of view, it's the income, like he was saying. If it's irregular income, the bells must start ringing with the loan officer or with the credit provider themselves, that there is an average that needs to be brought into consideration. Because that is how the debt counselors will work out the income, when it gets to them, for an example. So I think it's important, a general understanding of the affordability regulations is very important from a credit provider and from a microlender point of view. And once that uniform approach to looking at income and looking at expenses specifically is found between the two, I think the disparity that Benay has put forward is going to become less and less. But until such time as we can get to that point, there is going to be clashes between income that was looked at from a credit provider point of view and income from a debt counselor point of view, if that answers the question.
I think the other question that I have is, and I'm going to pose this to you, Reinhard, is what I'm seeing is all of these threats. So a debt counselor says, you know what, there was reckless credit here, you have to write off everything. And the majority of our smaller credit providers are so scared they just write off. And I tell them, no, don't just write off. So what are the rights of the debt counselor and the credit provider when they think there is reckless credit, and what process needs to be followed?
Okay, this is, it's one of those things. I don't think anyone, especially when you're accused of reckless lending, obviously you get your back up and so we certainly didn't do that. So, but what I think is very important is that when you speak to the debt counselor, because obviously what we look at, did you do the credit report correctly? And then I need to look at his income and expenses. And then if you go against the table that you need to go against, and if everything fits in line, then it's fine. But all of a sudden, as was mentioned before, we'll suddenly find out there's other credit that wasn't disclosed on your application form, but we've got it on ours. And then if you can just send me your credit report stating this wasn't on our credit report, so, and if that's the case, then certainly it wouldn't be deemed as reckless because we'd remove that. So, and I know there's a lot of contentious sort of questions about the fees that we charge, but these fees are set by the National Credit Regulator, right? There's a lot of work that goes behind doing a reckless lending because we have to sort of check absolutely everything. So, I mean, even that fee from all the work that we do for it doesn't really cover the actual expense. Personally, I do very few reckless lending applications, simply because I'm also of the belief that I also see clients, and I've been in your game. I used to lend myself. That was 20, or what, let's call it 30 years ago. And customers lie, right? They want the money. And they'll lie at any expense in order to get that 5,000 Rand or 2,000 Rand because they need it for something. All right, so that is there. But I mean, from a lending perspective, it's also important that as lenders, that you do your due diligence on your particular client and make sure that they can afford it and what you have done and you're in line with the processes as set out by the National Credit Regulator. And just let's be open with one another. Once again, if any of you are more than welcome to email me, all right, Leonie can give you my email address. So, and you can contact me and you want to sort of run something past me. I'm very happy to discuss it with you, all right? And I'll look at it from an objective point of view, all right? But unfortunately, there are some of the rogue lenders, and I promise you they're probably not sitting here because when we do our sort of conferences, all the good debt counselors are there. The bad debt counselors never turn up, right? So by all means, that's why I'm very happy to engage with all of you. Please do email me, all right? And when you get clients that are going under debt review, I mean, I just really strongly recommend that they go to somebody that's registered with one of the associations, whether it's my associations or it's Benai's association. That way we can hold them accountable, right? And really start working together. So I hope that sort of answers your question, reckless lending. Yeah, it's a tough one. But as long as we speak to each other, we should be able to solve things and get something sorted.
Thank you. Benay, a question to you. What are the irregularities that you are seeing in some debt counselors that's not legal, that's not doing the job that they should do? Because we can elaborate a lot, but what do you see from a debt counseling point of view that worries you as an association?
Yeah, I think there are a few things, and we highlighted these to the regulator, and we continue to do the same. One of them is, the wish of trying to satisfy the wish of consumers of leaving their counseling before they pay up their debt. And I understand that life happens for consumers. I understand that sometimes there's an unexpected event and they want to be able to borrow money again. And they want, or all the several 100,000 consumers we talked about who are listed on the bureau, they want to be able to borrow again. And in these cases, there are companies who are generally, they have someone who is a registered DC on the record. And they would generally advertise for debt review removal type services and things like that. And essentially what they do is they would request paperwork and a transfer on behalf of the consumer, let's say from my name or from Reynard's name to their name. The NCR has this really nice That Help system portal for us, where transfers and other things are facilitated generally quite quickly. And what would happen is they would say to the consumer as part of the services, pay us 6 grand, 8 grand, 10 grand, whatever it is, flat fee. We'll get your name removed. And the modus operandi is like this. So they will request the DC on the other side, let's call them rogue DCs as we call them. They request the transfer. And if you don't, you have 5 days to respond it. If you don't do anything, it automatically transfers to the new DC's name, which is fine. Like normally, I think that works fine. But in this case, then if the transfer happens, then they will basically issue bogus paid up letters as well as a bogus clearance document. But I think, you know, here I have to say, like, we work a lot with the credit bureaus as well. I think they also, you know, pick these up from time to time. That's one thing that worries me. And I think the crux of the problem here, though, I think is, I mean, some people saw a business opportunity, they went after it. Well done to them, okay? The crux of the problem is that I think the Act is a bit outdated and not allowing us to alleviate the wishes of the consumers, okay? And I think the Act is up for renewal. Our view as an association is that the Act should be amended to allow some sort of an exit for consumers based on 1 or 2 conditions. One, that consumers would have paid up certain percentage of their unsecured debt to demonstrate they can manage on their own, okay? Or that they will be in the program for at least a period of time, let's say 2 years minimum. Because restructuring the debt for all of you, for all the banks who are not here, for everybody else is expensive, right? It's a lot of work that needs to go into how are you going to restructure, recuperate, all of that. It's not cheap. So we have to at least see that the consumer is serious about repaying back their debt up until a certain amount or for a certain time period. Then I think we would be okay with consumer. We don't want to hold a gun to anyone's head, like to say you have to stay in the program. It's got no benefit to me. It's actually beneficial for the consumer so they can repay back the debt. But we think the crux of the problem and our number one worry is this. But I think the way to deal with it is actually to update the Act and what it allows consumers to do.
I think that's a brilliant comment. You know what? The Act was written to assist us, but definitely there needs to be some updates. And I can see that the NCR says, yes, they agree, and it is a process to take. But we are also talking to the DTI. They are asking for recommendations. So when we can collaborate with you, we definitely will. Timmy, I want to go to you, and I want you to talk a little bit about our booklet and what you did for you, and the main areas of concerns that you also see that's on your desk, and why you did this booklet and why it is good.
Yeah, thanks, Leonie. Yeah, it was quite a journey going through there. Just as background, you know, during my time at the NCR, you know, being at Louise's desk, and Louise, I give you, you know, everything that's good in that role. You see everything that goes wrong in the industry. That's what that desk is for. And you start picking up trends of issues that you pick up, not only from a debt counselling side, but from a credit provider side during compliance monitoring and during engagements at the Credit Industry Forum, engagements at forums like these. And also with discussions with you specifically, Leonie, because you're so actively involved with your members and they trust you explicitly in dealing with their issues. And as background, we sat and with the experience that we both had in the industry with the issues that are normally there, we came up with about 6 or 7 topics of issues that are really of concern. Now, the first was reckless lending, as Reinhard pointed out. It's like credit providers has got a mental block against it. You know, they're so scared of the reputational damage that can come from there for the bigger guys we found, and just the financial issues that could come from there for the smaller guys. So reckless lending is dealt with in the booklet very extensively as a first topic. And it's not only on how do you look at it, how do you do the affordability assessment, but there's also templates in there as to when you investigate it from yourselves, and what we really advocate is being proactive as a career provider and see if a mistake was made, because it happens. You get loan officers that are just human, just like anybody else. And these type of things can pop up from time to time. During some audits, internal audits that I did, you could see that there were genuine finger problems when income was worked out, and it happens. And when that is the case, the booklet sets out how you should approach it, how you should approach the counsellor, and how you should negotiate surrounding, how to fix the problem that you as the career provider actually caused. It's not that the debt counsellors are out there to walk with a machete and cut off your hands just because there was a finger error. No, they are there to look at it. They understand, from your point of view, especially the more senior guys, and they would really, assist you, in getting some sort of a resolve. But, running around and becoming defensive about it is not the way to approach, especially reckless lending. And that's the way that we have approached it in our booklet as well. Another issue was prescription. It's very topical at this time, especially with the 2019 amendments that's going to bring a whole different approach to prescription. How you as the career provider should approach prescription, what does mean, how you should deal with it when it comes along, and how you should then report it to the credit bureaus to get it removed. So that was two of the big issues. The third issue was where consumers apply for a loan in the morning and go for the debt review in the afternoon. That has become a very big problem. I often use the example of the guy in Vredendal. In the morning, he applied for 3 loans at microlenders. In the afternoon, he drove to Vredenburg, applied for 3 loans there, and his last stop at 4:15 in the afternoon was at the debt counsellor applying for debt review. So this happens. We understand it, we see it. And it's not the way that they should be acting, but it happens. That's also dealt with in the book. You won't find an answer in the Act. So companies should look at getting internal policies of dealing with this type of things. Other issues that we've identified is the evaluation of the proposals that the debt counsellor send you. When should you accept, what is DCRS and DCRS specifically within that frame? When can you reject? When should you counter with specific reference to the task team agreements? Because remember, the debt counsellor from their side also work with the same rules as you do as a career provider when it comes to proposals and acceptances and so on surrounding that. And then also termination of participation in debt review. Excuse me, that has been a problem for career providers. And the booklet also deals with that. When can a career provider terminate participation in debt review? When can they reinstate, the payslip deductions that they cancelled at the 17.2 stage? So we looked at it very practically, both from a career provider and from a debt counsellor's point of view. And then we ended off with obligations and rights of the debt counsellor, the consumer, the career provider within the whole process. So a very direct and with very good solutions, practical solutions that we put in there. So, I hope that everybody will find great benefit from that. To you, Lodi.
Okay. So I think, is there any pressing issues from our members that you would like to address to our panelists? Yes, sir. What's up?
Cool, is that fun?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the whole DCRS proposal system. With whether we allow to counter, reject it, accept it. So from a point of view where you're looking at it, I mean, Sometimes you're going to get offered on a short, well, we all short-term lenders here, but sometimes you'll have a 1-month loan. Someone's going to say you need to accept this to be paid in 5 years, and the interest is 0.03%. Now, that's, I mean, and then you go look at the expenses. The person earns 10,000 Rand, but there's just a stock standard 800 Rand or 1,000 Rand on cell phone every single month. You look on the guy's credit record even, there's like 300 Rand. You can check their bank statements, but it's a common thing where that's like a stockholder placement. But no, when you try and counter offer, you get told this is the law, you have to accept this. This is not negotiable. That's like the common reaction you get from a lot of debt counselors.
Okay, Benay, I'm going to give that one to you too. Well, did I not?
Just to interject there. Yes, the DCRS proposal, I mean, it stands for the Debt Counselling Rule System. And it was basically designed in order to help the industry in itself and to get automated responses so we can get approvals done, etc. Now, just bear in mind, within the DCRS proposal, I mean, if you go through the task team agreement, you can also sort of request, I mean, when you have a look at these expenses, when according to my report, you're spending 300 Rand on a cell phone, now you're spending 1,500. All right, so we need to see proof of this. Right, before we'll just simply accept the DCRS proposal. Or suddenly the food bill. I mean, so it was but with you guys it was 1,000 Rand, now all of a sudden it's 5,000. But it's also up to the debt counsellor to sort of question those expenses. So you'll get to know your good debt counsellors and your bad debt counsellors. And when you see an application form from either Debt Busters, Debt Therapy, you go, all right, everything here should be reasonable. But once you get something through from another debt counsellor, it looks totally different. So always, I mean, do you people have a copy of the task team agreement? All right. So I think, I mean, with Vanessa, we can send you out a shortened version of that, give you an electronic copy of that, which will just help you sort of have a look at everything. I mean, it's actually quite thick, but the shortened version gives you a full explanation of what can and can't be done. So don't just take everything because it's a DCRS proposal that you have to accept it. You can also question, right? Ideally, when we want things accepted, but there are also sort of terms and periods that the client has to pay everything off. So, and depending on the size of the loan, sometimes they have to be finished in 12 months, and then goes up to 60 months once they're above 3,000 Rand. So do question those things. All right. I hope that answers your question.
Hello. Okay. Do you want to ask another question? Are you good? I think with regards to the task team agreements, the industry also agreed to certain concessions to say, you know, there's certain things that, you know, we just want our capital back. But I'm honest, I've seen proposals that, you know, it's like 7.50 Rand a month. And I'm like, whoa. So I think definitely, you know, start questioning stuff if you are uncomfortable. And we really have a good relationship with the associations. And sometimes the proposals even get sent to me to say, you know, I don't know exactly what to do here. So communication with the MFSA and also with the CASA and the other association is very important. But also confirming the proper information is very important. So is there any other questions? Yes, sir. I'll just let him microphone. Excuse.
Yes, I just want to ask, when it comes to the transfer from one DC to another DC, then all of a sudden the original DC comes up with a closing fee to close the file. Now, sometimes these amounts are ridiculous, and we couldn't find anywhere that these fees are regulated or stipulated in any act or anything. Do you know where it is and what is the basis for this closing fee?
Good question there. Basically, a client will come and approach us and register to become a debt review. Well, once that happens, we then have a certain responsibility. Number one, we need to sort of inform all the credit providers. There's a lot of work that goes behind it, and then put everything through, and then we send through a proposal to the credit providers to accept. And in many cases, we've had acceptances back, so all the work has been done, and we're waiting for the client to make the first payment. And then all of a sudden they'll jump to one of these other debt counselors or these rogue debt counselors and say, I can do exactly the same for you, but I can do it for 2,000 Rand less. So all of a sudden then they want to jump across to another debt counselor, but we'll say, but hold on, we've got all acceptances here. And before we're going to even transfer you, we'll tell you it's not going to work, but we're going to get our fee. Because we've done the work, we want to get paid for it. It's like, I mean, when you do your job, I mean, you want to get paid for it. So this is the instance, but there is a timeline, all right, where on various charges. So, I mean, obviously, so by day 30, normally all credit providers would have responded to us, or we would, and we've sort of got acceptances in place. But it's important, if the debt counselor hasn't sent out any proposals yet, then you certainly can't charge the full fee. So you can demand to see the proposals. When were the proposals sent?
Yeah, because
right? And question that, and then take it up with the NCR. So this debt counselor is trying to charge fees, which is not entitled to, as he hasn't even done the proposals.
Yeah,
so
I
that's
think
how to take it.
the proposals, the 17.12, almost in one email, you know, that's also an unfortunate reality. Taking the time into consideration, I'm going to ask you, Benay, for your closing remarks, and then Timmy, and then Reinhard. And, you know, my phone is so busy with all of these questions, I'm definitely going to write them down and maybe issue a new booklet and then send it to you guys. But we will attend to these questions. Benay, over to you.
Yeah, I think just two things. One, let's have another session if there are lots of questions. I think this is an important topic, and I always say debt counseling is the worst written and least understood part of the National Credit Act. Please don't take me to the fire by saying it, but it's the truth. It was the most hurried part of the National Credit Act, and I'm not blaming anyone in this room. That's the reality. We had to push through to get it through. A lot of things had not been thought through, and over the years we tried to sort of plug the gap, so to speak, working in informal industry forums with the regulator in this credit industry forum. And I think many people have done amazing work in trying to come up with operational ways of working. But like I said, the Act is about 20 years old. It's definitely due an upgrade. I mean, you wouldn't drive your car for 20 years. Right? You want an upgrade after 5, 10 years. So that's the first point. And secondly, I think, you know, again, to stress the point, we're part of the same industry, really. Like, you know, our job is to get you your money back. That's the primary concern. So I think you need to see it as part of that. We should be seen effectively as a different collection mechanism for you. So, like, as Advocate Jan was saying earlier today, we need to cooperate. We're in the same boat. So those are my comments.
Timmy, over to you.
Thanks, Leonie. You know, what I found very often in internal audits that we do is that the query provider have staff that are not upskilled. Now, if you're going to have a staff member that doesn't know what Regulation 23A is, how can you actually have that staff member looking at it properly and doing the calculations properly? I think it is extremely important that query providers look at the size for one, and practically how many applications do they have under debt review. Now, I've had many one-man shows that's never had a debt review application, and you know, good for them. But the larger guys have quite a few, 400 or 500 in a month or so. You know, so if you see that something is becoming operational, a big part of your operations, get your staff upskilled. There are debt counselling courses, you know, that can be done. Not that the people will register as debt counsellors, but just to upskill them. There's a lot of courses out there on general credit management, and you know, it's often that you see that these type of courses upskill the staff to a point where all these the questions that are mystified, you know, becomes quite part of what you do generally during the day in the course of your day-to-day operations. So upskill your staff. You know, it is a cost that you have up front, but what you reap from those upskilling is really you know, of great benefit to you as a company and to you as the CEO, or the operations manager. So upskilling always, from my side, get your staff trained and get your operations aligned. Thanks, Leonie.
Thank you so much, Timmy. And Reinhard, last but not least.
Well, firstly, thank you for not throwing your shoes at us, as we were a bit worried, simply because we know what we're coming into. But just to give you a bit more on DECASA at the moment and why we're really trying to promote you when people go on a debt review, that you make sure that they belong to an association, because you get a lot of new debt counsellors that come into the market. They've had 10 days training. Next thing, they get a police clearance and they've got a matric certificate. And unfortunately, these people don't really know what they're doing. So what we've done now with DECASA is that we have a mentorship program. So those new members that come on, they get fall in line under a mentorship, so we can actually help guide them as well. So we are really trying to do everything we can from our side, from the accounting side, to actually improve the industry and make sure that we can all work together. But I implore you guys just to work with us as well. And as I said, Leonie will pass you my email, and you can contact me at any stage. And I will respond.
Thank you so much for our panelists. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think it's good that the NCR is in the room. I'm going to give them a booklet as well so that they can see. And then also from the association side, we are talking to everyone here to see if we cannot maybe schedule like information sessions with your staff members to say, this is how to deal with certain issues. As they come up, we schedule these sessions and say, okay, this is now a trend. The CASA, other associations, how can we manage this? But for now, a lot of work. And I want to thank the panelists and I want to give them a gift. Thank you so much for coming and for your valuable information. And I'm also glad that you didn't get hit with shoes. Because ek het myne amper losgemaak, maar thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you. So up next, we have a presentation from Leanne Swartz. She is from the National Credit Regulator, and she is the Manager of Investigations. But let's look at a video from Sure Systems.
We've all seen a movie with two strong, tough guys, each equipped with a baseball bat sent to collect money. Why not opt for one of the best solutions for collecting payments from your clients without the need of a couple of brawny goons? Managing recurring payments can be overwhelming. At Sure Systems, we've developed Sure Debit, a cost-effective payment solution for collecting money from your customers' bank accounts. It's safer, features a user-friendly interface, and works on any browser or mobile device. Sure Debit gives you easy and organized access to your client's payment information and is built for all transactional types of debit check currently available on the market, either face-to-face with your client using a card swipe machine or non-face-to-face using a cell phone. Debit check is similar to a debit order payment system, but by requiring authentication, it's more secure and convenient, giving you and your customer peace of mind. Better yet, debit check collections are processed before EFT debit orders on a client's bank account. If you prefer something different, we also offer cash access cards, a simple and practical cashless payout solution for your business, as well as traditional EFT debit orders. Sure Debit also features an easy integration module with which you can manage your payments directly using your own custom designed software. With our latest technology and over 15 years of experience in payments, we pride ourselves on speed, quality of service, uptime, and reliability. At Sure Systems, our clients are our business partners. We understand the many challenges that startups and existing businesses may face. We strive to equip you with the necessary tools to grow your business and look forward to walking this journey with you.
Thank you so much, Sure Systems, for your support and your lovely video. So, Leanne Swartz has been with the NCR for quite a while. She's now the Manager of Investigations and Enforcement. And usually I say when you're here, I always ask, okay, guys, lead me. Who's this email coming from? And when it says investigations, I'm like, okay, now we have to talk. Because this is the red light. So I'm not even going to lie. When it gets to her, you know you must, at least pay attention to the mail. Leanne has an LLB degree. She's an admitted attorney at law, and she has got excellent knowledge of the National Credit Act. However, the association and the investigations department has also got a very good relationship, and we really try and sort out issues for our members. Welcome, Leanne. Thank you for your time and for spending the day with us. But before we continue, this young lady has got a birthday today, and she's spending it with us. So congratulations and happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
We hope it's a lovely day, and your gift to us is the presentation.
Well, thank you for that precious gift. And thank you so much for the cake and the happy birthday. You did not make it easier, this presentation, but in any event. Thank you for having us here today. I think my colleagues addressed most of the issues or the challenges. So from my side, I don't want to bore you anymore or to go into too much depth with certain stuff. I think from my side, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a bit more about who we are. Who's the Investigations Enforcement Department? What is the process when the investigator comes knocking? A short discussion on the trends that we observed, that we still find, even registrars, that they still get wrong. Previously, there was actually a question posed to me in terms of emergency loans. So I'll refer you to this specific circular that you can go and check what you need to do, or what is defined as an emergency loan, when can you extend it, and so forth. And then lastly, we come to the red area, the enforcement actions. What steps can you take once you receive an application from our department? Now, essentially, one of the core functions of the NCR is to promote and protect the social and economic welfare of South Africans, and to ensure a just and equitable and transparent credit market. Now, in order to do that, the NCA, the National Credit Act, gave us certain functions, certain enforcement functions in terms of Section 15 of the Act. One, we can investigate complaints or compliance. Let's say we can investigate compliance monitoring. That comes from our compliance team. And if they observe any serious contraventions, it comes to the enforcement team. They do not engage further, or they do not even attempt to rectify the conduct. Then there's also the alleged contraventions. Now, that you will find that comes from the industry, stakeholders, the public, compliance department. We are all separate and different departments, so we all deal with matters differently. A complaint by the compliance department has its own resolution process. A compliance monitoring would have its own process. The enforcement and investigation department will have its own process. Now, our department consists, as the name says, investigations and enforcement. We've got inspectors on our investigation side. Now, they receive the information. They receive the tip-offs. They receive information from various departments, such as our debt counseling department, compliance department, compliance department. We've got the public. We've got stakeholders such as SASSA, the police. Any person can lodge a complaint, anonymously so. Then it comes directly to the investigations department. And we do scouting exercises. Now, these scouting exercises is an informal monitoring type of exercise that's conducted when we go out into certain areas. We observe certain contraventions, such as window decals not being displayed, unlawful advertising practices, or, words blacklisted welcome. Stuff like that will give a reasonable suspicion or a reasonable cause for our inspectors to initiate an investigation into that conduct, because a reasonable suspicion is created. There's not a window decal. How are we to know that you are registered, or that you are even in compliance with your conditions of registration, which informs the Act as well as the conditions informs that you need to display a window decal and a registration certificate validly issued at your business premises. I know there was a comment made that we do struggle to get our certificates. Now, I mean, there we should engage the departments. If we come there and we ask, where's your registration certificate? Where's your window decal? And you can display evidence that you've engaged the NCR. We cannot take the points against you. We cannot. But engage the NCR. Engage this on our website. All the email addresses is there. All the contact persons is there. Do not merely sit back and leave it in the NCR's hands. Raise a dispute. Raise a dispute via Leonie so that we can deal with it. We can ensure it goes to our registrations department. So please, engage and cooperate. That's all that we ask. But it will not take our reasonable suspicion away if there is not a window decal. And if we ask a question as to, can I get a loan? How much? Mostly, in most instances, the answer is, oh, we charge interest at 30%. I mean, that is why it's very crucial. And I think Leonie also touched, or Timmy touched base on it, that your representatives within your company needs to know what your business entails, what your business is about. If they don't, we are going to send inspectors. We are going to conduct an investigation, and you will most likely end up within the tribunal. Now, reasonable suspicion, yes, it's a very big word, or, you know, what is reasonable suspicion? There has been various cases pertaining reasonable suspicion. There is now a case that was rendered in the SCA. It's a Duckworth matter, trading as ABC Financial Services, where it was indicated that reasonable suspicion for in a regulatory environment is very, very low. We can act upon hearsay evidence. We can act upon tipples. We can act upon anything that we read. We can act upon a word such as instant, because instant loans for us creates a suspicion that you are not taking the time to do a proper affordability assessment in accordance with Section 81.2 and Regulation 23A of the Act. Now, in terms of that, following our reasonable suspicion, there's cause for us to look into. There's an allegation of a contravention. We then initiate an investigation in terms of either Section 1361, that's usually where there is a physical complaint, or 1362, that is the NCR. It becomes the NCR's complaint of the contraventions that we observe. Then following that, I do see that there is a typographical error in that presentation, but here as it may. Upon an initiation, so that initiation gets approved by our executive members, we submit it to them. Once that is approved, our CEO issues a certificate to our inspectors in terms of Section 25. Now that certificate is prima facie proof of the appointment of that inspector to conduct the investigation. So there should be no reason to doubt that that appointment was legitimate, that the NCR and the CEO and every single person within the enforcement department, inclusive myself, is aware that that investigation needs to and has to commence. And then they conduct the investigations, they do a report, and from the report, it comes to the enforcement department. Our inspectors will never share the outcome of their investigation reports with the industry. That is untoward, it's not allowed. Enforcement might engage at a certain step, but I will go through the steps, but they might decide to engage, but not our inspectors. Do not expect them to release the reports to you. It's not going to happen. Enforcement side, we've got legal advisors. We've got from juniors, normal legal advisors, seniors, as well as myself, the manager, I'm actively involved in this process. We do a proper interrogation of the evidence that was collated during the investigation. All documents, the investigation report, it gets assessed again by our legal advisors. We do not only limit ourselves to what is stated in that investigation report. We make sure that it's correct and that the information is correct and that the law was properly interpreted. That's our job. Once we did that, our determination phase comes in. We determine what is the transgressions and how is the law applicable to the transgressions that we've observed. Then comes the enforcement phase. Once we've determined what action we need to take, and upon approval, we pursue the enforcement action, the next step. If there's an application, it will go to the representation phase. That's where we represent the NCR before the National Consumer Tribunal. It's a formal hearing, but it's very informal. Everybody's really always a bit scared of the tribunal. It's almost like a meeting, if I can say so. Yes, there's 3 members that you sit before. We're not out to get you. We're just doing our job. And I think that's something that we need to understand from our side to your side. We're there to do our job. We're not there to fight you tooth and bone. We are actually very accommodating also. And I think some of the legal representatives here that has engaged myself will know that we're very accommodating in most instances. Then the negotiation phase. Just because we submitted an application to, or you received this, an application, whether it be prohibited conduct or cancellation, it's not the end. It's not the end. We are still open to negotiate. Even if there is a date of set down, submit your settlements. Let us look at it. Submit your motivation. Submit your evidence. If there's additional evidence that was not provided, submit it. Let us peruse it before we get to the phase of hearing. And if there is a date, we will allow for an extension of time or the parties agree to removal so that we can first sit and discuss the matter. But if there's no communication and there's no correspondence, we are going to proceed, whether it's by default. Well, we just need to prove that you received the documents, but whether it's by default or whether the parties are there to object thereto, then we will let the tribunal decide. The tribunal and the NCR is 2 separate entities. The tribunal is almost like a court. We do not talk to them, engage them in any other manner than what you would do. So we have no say what the tribunal does. We do not set the matters down. That's out of our hands. So please just understand that distinction. We are not in cahoots. It has been mentioned before that we are in cahoots with the NCT. That is the biggest lie that has ever been presented within actual documents that's been presented to the NCR. So just just be known that the tribunal is impartial, inquisitorial, impartial, informal. You can represent yourself before the tribunal. Then comes the next phase, enforcement of judgments or settlements that we do, or the compliance phase. Once there's a judgment, we will monitor compliance in terms thereof. The refund payments, we will follow up. Is refunds being made? Have you submitted your audit report? If not, we are going to take further action. And in terms of the act, we can refer you to the High Court. And you can be imprisoned if you fail to have regard to the judgment. So please ensure compliance when there's a judgment. Now, as I noted, with investigations, know the process. So do you understand when my investigators come knocking or inspectors comes knocking? It is a condition of every registration that you have to permit the NCR's inspectors to conduct reasonable inquiries during business hours at any premises where registered activities is being conducted, even if it's at your house. If you conduct registered activities at your house, that address is open for us to come and conduct an investigation. So please be forewarned about that. Section 52A specifically states that you must permit the NCR. We are still getting resistance of registrants that's refusing our inspectors entry, refusing our inspectors, they basically lock the doors. No, nobody is here. Although all the employees is inside. They close shop before we come there, just to avoid us. Be sure we are going to keep on coming around until that shop is open. You're not going to avoid the consequences of the NCR, and that will, again, my reasonable suspicion will increase if any registrant or non-registrant acts in that manner. My suspicion is going to increase why you do not want me to enter those premises. Now, the Section 25 certificate, as I've indicated, is prima facie proof of the appointment of the NCR's employees as inspectors or of any authorized person on behalf of the NCR. Sometimes we make use of outsourced legal attorneys or inspectors, and we do appoint them. Usually if there's capacity constraints or it's a very complex type of matter, some audit needs to be done, we get some outside sources. If you are in doubt, if that is a legitimate Section 25 certificate, or even someone from the NCR, give us a call, give me a call, give Leonie a call, send an email. We will immediately inform you. Yes, I'm aware, or no, I'm not aware. Do not allow them. We have been made aware that there might be some people that is trying to impersonate our inspectors. Our first question is, was certificates presented? Usually the answer is no. Then it's not our inspectors. Another thing, when my inspectors do come to the office or to your offices, there is no right that allows any person to conduct a credit check on the inspectors. Specifically if they declined it, there's no reason to do so, just to verify their identity. You might take a photo of they can present their ID to you, and you can take a photo of them and present it to me, and I can confirm whether it's one of my employees or not. But other than that, you can't do much. What our inspectors do once they walk into your building, the first thing that they will do is prior to any interview, they will introduce themselves, they will give you a copy of the Section 25 certificate, and then they will read you your rights. They will actually present a form in terms of Section 1394 where you will sign and confirm your rights have been read. You understand that you do not have to provide any answers which might self-incriminate you. It has been read. You understand what is going to happen now. And you sign off. Make sure when that document is presented, all your details, email, address, everything, please complete it correctly as well as your name and surname so that we know who to deal with when we submit an application, compliance notice or what have you, or if we want to engage further. So please just look at that. The inspector will then request copies of consumer files. Now, most people, and we find this very often, is we ask for consumer files. My inspectors walk out there with just credit agreements. A consumer file must consist of the whole consumer file, not only the credit agreements. We are there to assess your compliance. So our 10 agreements it's only a sample that we take, and it's only copies. We can't leave your offices with the originals. And if that happens, please advise me immediately thereof. But the samples that we request, that copies needs to be made of. It's consumer files. So we expect to see a pre-agreement, credit agreement, the bank statements, the income, the affordability assessment that you conducted. We expect everything that you have on that consumer to be in there so that we can assess your compliance. What steps did you take? If you purely give us a credit agreement, we are going to make our conclusion based on that credit agreement. And the first contravention against you as a registrant will be failure to take proper or failure to conduct any affordability, because that's evident on the papers. My inspectors are not going to continuously go back to get more documents. There's a duty imposed on the registrant when we walk in there to provide us with that information. And our inspectors are clear during the investigations. We require the consumer files, we require pre-agreement statements, and we give the list. You can even ask them to write it down for you so that you don't forget what you need to present to them, in case something is contained electronically. You are also allowed to ask my inspectors to submit the information via email if you cannot immediately print so. But it's very short time span, not 3, 4, 5 days. We expect immediately to be presented, so within 12 hours. We expect it to be presented. If a warrant is produced, please take note, that warrant allows the search and seizure. Other than that, the inspectors of the NCR is not allowed to search or seize. So please make sure they need to present a warrant, unless there is physical cards, and the police might be called to stay at your premises if there's any consumer instruments found, and a warrant will be obtained, and you will be arrested if there is any consumer instruments found at the business premises. Now, I'm not going to go too much into the trends, as I'll make comments of what we are seeing, and that I think between registrations and compliance, they really touch based on all this. The lapsed registration, definitely so. We get that so many times, over and over and over. My application against you as a lapsed registrant is only going to change from a cancellation to a prohibited conduct. If you have lapsed, you cannot afterwards, after that expiry period, make a payment and expect it's going to revive your registration. In terms of the Act, you are immediately actually lapsed. Automatic lapse is caused by the operation of the law. And there is case law. You can visit the tribunal website to show you that there is, or to actually prove the judgments that's been obtained in terms thereof. That proves the operation of law. That is what causes the lapse status. Yes, there is now, in terms of the regulations, you can pay penalty fees, that grace period. So there's grace period of 30 days. So it seems almost like there's a revival. It can be revived within 30 days, but that's the end. After that, you are deemed to be unregistered. Any and all agreements entered or extended after your registration lapsed is deemed void and unlawful, because you are then essentially deemed to be unregistered. The duty rests upon each registrant to make sure that they make payment before, or timeous payments, and before the due date. I know that there has been questions both, but how do we know how much we must pay if we don't get invoices? Have you communicated with the NCR? That would be my first question. I want to see the email. And that the thing is, make your payment. What was the last payment? The Act informs payment. There's registration department, there's compliance department, there's enforcement department. One of the departments would have to assist you. Or you go again to your source, Leonie. Leonie engages us immediately and say, one of my registrants has a problem. And we can sort it out for you. Do not wait until the last second and blame the NCR. That's not going to be a defense. Nor can that defense circumvent the operation of the law. So just be forewarned, no payment. You can't afterwards come and pay and say, now I am registered again. You will need to reapply. Then reckless lending. That's one of the, I think Takalani actually addressed it in at length. Reckless lending is still a huge problem. We all know what reckless lending means. Takalani explained it. we do still find, and I can concur, that credit is extended to people under debt review. And that when we do our investigations, we do not get any evidence that credit bureau reports are done. We do not get any evidence that, well, sometimes we do. We get bank statements and pay slips, which is far outdated sometimes. Or we get it, but there's no evidence that the information contained there within was to any extent considered. Nothing. Now, the Act is very clear in Section 81(2). You need to look at the debt repayment history. You need to look at the financial means, obligations, and prospects. You cannot purely rely on a credit bureau report whilst you are also in possession of a bank statement that shows debits. And additional, you can actually take the bank statement and look at the declaration and see whether this consumer in fact did inform of all its debits. I have found debt review, and that's actually, I think someone in the back raised the question about how would you know debt review, this person is under debt review and the credit report doesn't show it, and so forth. It is actually clear if one just goes, in most instances, if one goes to the bank statements. You can see Hyphen is making collections. The PDA is making collections on the bank statement. If a PDA, any of the recognized and known PDAs, does collections, that person is under debt review. And that's something that a credit provider needs to look at. DSTV, all those type of stuff, that is a monthly payment being made, does not appear on a consumer's credit bureau report. That's why it's essential to look at the bank statement. Also, credit bureau, it shows you at the adverse status, the loans in the arrear, the risk of this consumer entering into it, and the amount of loans. What the bank statement also will show you is whether or not this consumer can actually monthly maintain their own needs. If you see a consumer that has returned debit orders, in some instances even your own debit orders, why extend further credit to that consumer? It's going to amount to reckless. It's going to amount to the fact that it was reckless to give credit to someone that shows you that they are over indebted already, or they've got an inability to meet their own needs and pay their own obligations. Also, Section 81(4) might provide for a defense, but there's a second part of Section 81(4) that needs to be considered. That's the fact that the consumer's failure to basically tell the truth must have materially affected the credit provider's ability to make a proper assessment. If you're in possession of all the documents, the expectation is that you could make the assessment and be able to make a proper assessment. You cannot really rely on what a consumer says. Unless that consumer says, oh, I don't have DSTV anymore, I don't have that. They fill it in a declaration and they say, confirm with consumer, no DSTV anymore. I will accept that you did a proper calculation or proper assessment in terms of Section 81(2) read with Regulation 23A. Regulation 23A also tells you the step. We do find some people has done affordability. You can seemingly see that they've marked and checked, but then there's no calculation of the discretionary income. None whatsoever. Or they failed to apply the minimum expense norms table. Purely use what was declared by the consumer. And that is a problem. And that is prohibited conduct. Cost of credit, we still have issues. People blame systems for cost of credit not being adequately or correctly, calculating. Please note, it's not a system that has the onus or duty to comply with the Act. It's you as a registrant. So please ensure that your systems aligns with the Act. If not, it will be you that we are going to come after. Short-term loans, we all know, we still find that entities and registrants, 5% and the 3% thereafter, if it was within the same calendar year, we still find, and the thing is, even if we get sampled file, that's where the bank statements actually helps the NCR to a great extent. We can identify your previous loans that you extended in the same year by way of the payments that's been made on the bank statements to you. So please just check whether or not you are charging interest correctly. Look at what Takalani, I'm sure Leonie will share everybody's presentations. Look at that and make sure you charge accordingly. Yeah. Loan splitting is not permitted. Please be aware, there has been a case on the tribunal's website that informs that each case will be determined on its own merits. Each loan that is extended will be looked at it on its own. So you can, if there's different products, you might be able to circumvent, or not circumvent, but you'll be able to get beyond the loan splitting one. Bank cards, I've addressed it. Please, please, please. There's no reason for any registrant to be in possession of any bank cards. If you're found in possession of bank cards, no matter the reason, you will be arrested and a criminal case will be opened against you. Emergency loans, it is within my presentation, but time is now getting a bit late. But I'll refer you to circular number 5 that was issued in May 2020 by the NCR that actually clearly indicated in what instances can an emergency loan be applied for or extended, and what would be reasonable documentation. There's also a reporting function on the registrants when they extend emergency loans. Enforcement actions, I think by all you are now all aware what type of actions we can take. We can take compliance notices, do a referral to the tribunal, either section 140, which is prohibited conduct, or cancellation. And let's say in the event of the bank cards, we can actually refer you to the the NPA or the South African police, because it's a criminal charge, it's a criminal offence. Enforcement action. Now, what to do when you receive, and I think this is very crucial to touch base with you. If you receive, I've informed, it's not the end for you. Please do not see it as such. Upon receipt, we will always advise, obtain legal representation. Go and speak to a lawyer. Phone Leonie, she can direct you to any of the legal representatives in this room today that can assist you, that knows how we operate, that knows what we want to see, knows what they intend to negotiations with us on a daily basis. So even if you do get a cancellation application, there is still room to negotiate. So please be aware of that. Also, read the tribunal rules. If you are late in submitting your application or answer to us, or you wish to file an answer, look at the time periods you have in terms of the tribunal rules. Do not wait. Answer. Because by the time that you perhaps want to submit something, it might come down to it that that matter has already been set down, or the tribunal may not award you that condemnation. They might proceed, even in your absence. We serve our applications via registered post. I think that's also very crucial for us to say, cooperate with us. When we send an email to ask for consent to submit enforcement documents to you, do not really ignore us. Answer us. Let us get it to you. So if you have an opportunity to address it, if we serve it via registered post and there's first notification, and we can prove within the tribunal it was submitted to you, that matter will proceed on default even if you did not receive those documents. Then I think that's basically that. The orders that we can seek before the NCT, and what we usually do seek and what they can award is prohibited conduct, first of all. Reckless, declaration of reckless. We can have your agreement set aside. Cancellation. We can interdict you from further conduct or from further credit extensions or further activities as a credit provider. We can have a declaration that you brought the consumer industry into disrepute or acted with a disregard to the consumer's rights in generally. That might affect your future registration if we get you cancelled, and that's a finding. It might affect registration if you attempt again. Please be aware of Section 46. Then we can ask for an independent audit. We can ask for refunds and write-offs. If you've repossessed without following due process, we can ask for the return of removable of goods or instruments and an administrative fine. 10% or $1 million, whichever, 10% of your annual turnover or $1 million, whichever is the lesser. The tribunal will consider. We go in terms of the act, the tribunal will consider an appropriate fine. They may, I'm not saying they will, but they may give you a far lesser fine dependent on your mitigating factors. And that's basically from the enforcement side. You'll see the presentation contains emails. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Leanne. We really do appreciate your presentation. I'm not going to open it up for questions now. We hope you have a lovely birthday. We don't know your age yet. That is the secret. But we will find that out after a couple of wines. So here's a bottle to get you started. Thank you so much. Let's give it a round of applause. Thank you. Great, everyone. We are now at the end of the session. It's almost lunchtime. We are going to look at a video from YouVerify. Please stay in the room. We are also going to send you a link to fill in just our survey to see how you found the day. Much. You did get the link for the survey. Please remember to fill it in. And we really want to thank all of our sponsors, all of our service providers, and all of our delegates and speakers that attended. We really do appreciate your time and investment in the association. Go outside. The sponsors want to spoil you. Have a nice lunch and have something nice to drink. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Robert's got a quick hand. He'll look around the room, he won't tell you his plan. He's got a rolled cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's that cowboy kid, yeah. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, out from my con. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kicks who better run, out from my con. surprise. 'Cause dinner's in the kitchen and it's packed in nice. I've waited for a long time. And it's light in my hand, it's how I quick pull trigger. I reason in my cigarette. And say your hair's on fire, you must have lost your wits. Yeah, all the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run, out from the gun. All the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run, faster than my bullet. All the other kids with the pumped up kids, you better run, out from the gun.
Life's like a road that you travel on. There's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore. With a brave arm for me and lover's soul, come right with me to the distant shore. If you don't get us clean, to lay down garden road, I feel like the time is
This is the road and these are the haters. From Mozambique
make it, but is it too late to try? And in our time that you wasted, all of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? So wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. All the fairy tales are full of it. One more stupid love turned obviously. Oh, you turn your back on tomorrow, 'cause you forgot yesterday. I give you my love to borrow, but you just gave it away. You can't expect me to be fine, I don't expect you to care. I know I said it before, but all of our bridges burned down. I wasted my nights, you turned out the lights. Now I'm paralyzed, still stuck in that time when we called it love. But even the sun sets in paradise. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone, baby? So wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, all those fairy tales are full of it. Yeah, now I'm at a payphone. You are the shadow to my light.